Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Kensington Oval. The scene is set for what is day 3 of this round 2 encounter between Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy. If you take yourselves back to yesterday, it was a dominant performance for the Barbados Pride batters with captain Craig Brathwaite putting in what was another double hundred at this level. Demetrius Richards, he was the first wicket to fall yesterday, and then it was a partnership between Brathwaite and Boulter. Brathwaite, though, in the end fell for what was another magnificent performance at this level. Of course, a couple quick wickets in the latter stages, as you can expect, with Barbados Pride having a mammoth total already on the board. Joshua Bishop, in the end, picked up a couple wickets. He's done that all season for the West Indies Academy. Pretty much a trump card for them in terms of his left arm spin. And things just trickled towards the end. And then it was a bright and early start for Ramon Simmons, picking up the wicket of Akeem Ogis. Matthew Ford then removed the captain in Teddy Bishop, and those 2 wickets went down within quick succession. A partnership formed, and just before we got to the end of play, Shem Holder, well, he went through the defences of Justin Jagassar, meaning that the West Indies Academy now start today at 111 for 3, a position that is quite interesting because if they're able to back themselves to the first hour of play down towards that first session without losing a wicket, then you could say that maybe, they're setting themselves up for what could be a very good target here. On the other side of things, those boys on screen, Barbados Pride, Jamel Warrican certainly will play a big part today. Shem Holder as well, because we're starting to see signs of turn on that surface, but they're looking for early inroads. I've got Roland Butcher alongside of me. Roland, how do you see the early exchanges going here today?
Yeah, Joe, first of all, good day to you and all of our viewers and listeners. Yeah, I think today pretty much more the same. I think this pitch is not going to change a great deal. It's, a little turn, but I think generally batting really is going to be the order of the day. I expect that the Academy team will put up a good fight with the bat. I'm not saying they're going to get 500, but I don't think they've got anything to worry about. There's no great worries in this pitch, or perhaps in the bowling attack of the Barbados side either. So I would expect to see them go in, knuckle down. I'd like to see Rivaldo Clark continue the way he's been playing. He's batting well. He's just got to get his head down, get started again, and look to get 100, and not just 100, but look to get a big one.
Yeah, someone certainly has to get a big one from the Academy side. We talked about it yesterday in terms of looking for at least 1, 2, 3 of these young men to stand up with bat in hand and get themselves some big totals. Rivaldo Clark, he's starting today on 69, and when you think about the innings that he played yesterday, how controlled it was, how he waited for balls to come into his area to capitalize on, how effective he was versus the spin when he got deep into the crease and worked balls wide of that cover region. Yeah, we're looking and hoping to see more of that. He's got a partner in Jedediah Blades, who came in as the night watchman last night. Just 1 run to his name, but he did his job, got them through the night session. And the interesting thing about it is you always wonder how long can that night watchman then bat throughout the first session. If he's able to stand up there with Rivaldo Clark, it certainly will follow the plans of Barbados Pride. Well, it looks as if it's going to be spin to get things going to start off the day, and I guess you can say you expect that with how things developed under the lights last night. Just a bit of turn outside of that off stump, and he was landing just outside of the off stump for Shem Holder. You just saw that dismissal of Justin Jagassar. Just, I wouldn't necessarily say getting loose, but just opening up a gap between bat and pad and ball spinning in between. So things will be very interesting here to start off day number 3. And the question is, can the Academy back themselves into a good position, or can Barbados Pride get some early wickets? It's time to play. Worked away for the first runs of the afternoon. A lovely glance from Rivaldo Clark, continuing just where he left off last night. Feel relatively spread for Shem-Holder. Just peels off that outside edge. I think this is what Barbados Pride are hoping for, and this is why the field was spread. You're looking now to apply that pressure to Jedediah Blaze, looking to remove the night watchman as early as possible and get into the middle order of the West Indies Academy, a middle order that has not necessarily produced a lot of runs. So field comes in tight, 2 men under the helmet in front of the bat. It beats everything. So buys to close out the first over of the afternoon. It's 116 for 3.
Yes, Joel, and Jedediah Blaze has got an important role to play in this first session. It's just really one of survival. And the important thing is try not to lose wickets, so he's just got to hang in there and really assist Rivaldo Clark. Doesn't need to do anything else apart from that.
It's going to be Matthew Ford with ball in hand on the Joel Garner end. And to Pierce Shem-Holder from the other end. So pace and seam to get things going for Barbados Pride this afternoon. Three slips in waiting. Ford was able to just get that ball to angle in toward the right-handed batters. Troubled those pads when he was wicket to wicket. Starts on a line just around that off stump. Looking quite solid is Blades when I think back to a little earlier before the start of play. He had a very extensive knock-up session with the coaching staff and looked very competent in how he was going about things. So certainly not expecting him to give away his wicket here this afternoon. Things relatively quiet to get the afternoon proceedings going.
Yes, and Blades playing nice and straight at the moment, just getting everything in line and defending. Not a great deal happening with the ball.
A maiden over from Ford. It remains 117 for 3. Once again, that field spread, just encouraging Clark to maybe think about that single. This time, they're able to get off, or rather scamper away for a single. I think rotation of strike will be very important as we think about this first session for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, it's just very important that a batter doesn't get stuck down one end. So as you said, that rotation certainly will help to unsettle the ball in attack.
What I love about Blaze's approach at the moment is that he's not reaching for that ball, allowing it to come to him. Signs of a batter who trusts his defense. The end of that Shem over, it's 118 for 3.
There's no alarms at the moment. Both of these batters have seem to be very comfortable at this moment. And as I said earlier, I don't expect that this pitch will change in any way. So Barbados are going to have to work really hard to try and bowl the academies out. And it provides good opportunity for some of these academy players to really put their hand up in these good batting conditions.
Curious question here for you, Roland. You're coming off the back of what would have been 69 overnight. How easy or how challenging is it for a batter to kind of put the performance of yesterday out of the mind and reset at the start of a day?
I think it's extremely important that he does that. I mean, today's Friday. Yesterday was Thursday, so that day's gone. What happened yesterday, good or bad, that's gone. It's not going to come back. So you've just got to forget what happened yesterday. Start again. It's a fresh new day, fresh opportunity, not just for you as a batter, but it's a fresh opportunity for the bowlers. So Just got to be tight in your defence to start with. You know, good concentration. Don't worry too much about the runs. Just get yourself in, and the longer you bat, obviously, the easier it becomes. You see the ball a lot clearer. You make better decisions. It's just a case of starting again. Not a good shot there by Rivaldo Clark, and surprising shot as well.
Yeah, quite surprising. And he'd given how easily he set up to start the morning in behind them, nicely left alone where he needed to. But I think he played that one more so on length than anything else. You're starting to see once again very early those signs of the variable bunks.
Well, it's a ball upside the off stump. He's trying to lift it over mid wicket.
Yeah, much better again. But yeah, I think it was just more so that length, that instinctive length for him to pull. And it was something that he was actually doing yesterday. But once again, just starting to see that wear and tear factor on this surface in terms of the bunks. I saw a couple, like I think it come to be about 5 or 6 deliveries, especially outside the right-handers off stump, more so from the Malcolm Marshall end, where balls are just keeping low outside of that off stump. And just something that batters need to be a bit wary of, not necessarily to keep it in their mind constantly, but just understand that it's not necessarily bouncing in the manner that you might think in certain areas.
Well, I don't think the batters, they don't have to worry about the short pitch delivery. I don't think the short ball's going to worry any of the batters. So the batters can have in their mind, and they should have in their mind, you know, they should be thinking of forward, thinking of getting forward. That doesn't mean that you just push your front foot forward. What your thinking should be that, you know, you're looking to get forward. You know, even if the ball is short on this pitch, you've got enough time to still rock back onto the back foot and play whatever shot you want to play. But the first thing in your mind should be looking to get onto the front foot, particularly against somebody like Matthew Ford. I mean, he's not threatening with a short ball, so you can afford to get a long way forward to him, and then actually when he bowls a short ball, you're then in a good position to put it away.
Well, the big boot of Matthew Ford on that one means they can't get a run. Brings us to the end of a maiden over. It remains 118 for 3. Once again, seeing the signs that we saw yesterday in terms of some turn for Shem Holder. And that turn was the undoing of Justin Jagasar coming on to the end of last night. Just a case of if he's able to hit a similar length to what he bowled in the latter stages of yesterday, which drew the batters forward, almost inviting that drive. If he's able to do that, certainly will be effective at getting here today, Shem Holder. the body of Richards, getting in the way of that one. And what it does is just it keeps that pressure building on Blades. You're hoping that you might get a loose stroke. Protection in the deep in the form of Ramon Simmons means it's just one. But certainly not discrediting any batting talents that Blades might possess, but it's just a case of wearing down the batter, just looking for that one false stroke, that one lapse in concentration or judgment. .44 bowled, 120 for 3.
Yes, so far so good. Academy doing just what is required. Just get yourself in, start all over again.
Just a little too close to play that particular shot from Clark. He's been very good though on that offside, in front of square and behind square. First run to the day coming for him behind square. We just opened the face nicely. Yeah, it's been a very productive region for him. And now beats him on the outside edge. And from time to time you will get that, especially in the early exchanges of the session. It's really about that time. Nice to see Blades just calling Clark down and just offering a few words as well. Yeah, how much time can he take out of this first session, this pair? Gonna have to get careful there. Rivaldo Clark reminds me of the dismissal of Kevin Wickham on day number 1. The end of that over, though, 120 for 3.
Yeah, just trying to run that down to third man. Ball's keeping low. He's got to keep trying to play as straight as possible.
Uppish. And for a moment, they thought Richards was in with a chance just to the left of him. But that's what Holder's looking for. He's looking to bring Blades forward. He's looking to have him just feel it forward, especially given that it's starting to turn a bit more. Now placing 2 men in front of the back on the leg. So I like this move from Barbados Pride. Spins pass, everything. And a chase on for Kevin Wickham. Ball, though, will win the race. And 4 byes is the result.
Yes, and obviously Shem Holder now looking to bowl more middle and leg with a very leg-sided feel.
And there again. So things starting to happen now for Shem Holder and Barbados Pride in terms of just looking as if maybe a chance might go to hand. Anytime he's bringing him forward, he knows that he's in business, Shem Holder.
Just pushing that one wider. Blades looking to go for the extravagant drive.
Loud appeal. Was that one in line? Indeed, it is. Spin, and Shem Holder get the first wicket of the day.
Be nice to see the replay on that one. He's lost his patience there, Jadair Blades.
Patience being the undoing of Jadair Blades on that occasion. You just saw it coming. You saw something potentially happening. And umpire right, judging that one would have been going on to hit. Just maybe questions with regards to how much it might have been turning on that occasion.
Well, I've had a look at the replay on 2 occasions there, Joel. And I would say Blades was very unlucky. That ball would have gone on to miss leg stump. No question about that. But with the absence of a replay or DRS, once the umpire makes a decision, that's final. So Blades will feel a bit hard done by, but he's got to go.
Your new batter is Carlin Bowen-Tuckett, the young wicketkeeper for the West Indies Academy. Just to start that Barbados pride, we were looking for removing the night watchman as early as they possibly could and get the next recognised batter in at the crease before they've expended too much energy in the day. As I mentioned, it all comes down to that time factor, that patience factor. You just saw within that over, couple shouts, couple balls popping into the air. You just saw the patience factor of Jedediah Blades just wearing down. Played a shot that he didn't play necessarily within the first 2-3 overs of the day when his mind was still settled, when things felt as if you needed to be compact and tight. And that's something that I think needs to be worked on across the board when we think about some of our players. Just the mental aspect of the game and how long they're able to concentrate for. Because concentrating with 3 overs in a day, it's just simply not enough. Past the man at mid-wicket, and because of that, they get this single. Brings Bowen-Tuckett now on to strike. He's a young man that, since being inducted into the academy, has shown good signs with the bat. He's shown the ability to occupy the crease as well across the games that I was able to watch him bat. He's not going to play too many shots too early, Bowen-Tuckett, if he plays in the fashion that he has since starting his first-class career. Takes some time to get himself settled and set. Enjoys balls that are back of a length in terms of pulls and cuts. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about on this surface, where a few are starting to keep low. Just the 1 run from it, 125 for 4.
Yes, and Barbados making the breakthrough, albeit with a little bit of fortune, but the 4th wicket goes down. Valder Clark, he's still there. Just got to keep hanging in there, and basically, as you can see, the pace at the moment has either gone out of the wicket or it's gone out of the Barbados bowlers today. Because there's nothing more than medium pace being served up at the moment. Shem Holder looking the most likely person to pick up a wicket.
Worked nicely into the offside. Just based on the comments just now, you wonder at what stage do they maybe consider the bowling partnership that they closed off the innings with yesterday, that being Shem Holder and Jamel Warrican. As I say, good afternoon to Andrew Mason.
Good afternoon, Joe. Interesting battle. Barbados prepared to work hard on a pitch that has offered little. Very well played by this very talented young batsman. There's no question about that. Of course, his father would have played for the Leewoods. Good old Carly Tuckett, who is now one of the top umpires in the region. Catch taken, beautifully taken indeed, wonderful bowling, and that's a big wicket to get. The ball just spinning, catch taken by the forward short leg fielder, and what a breakthrough.
Yeah, very sharp grab. Indeed. Young Demetrius Richards there with the hands and with the work. It was a brilliant innings from Rivaldo Clark, but you always sense that if Shem Holder was able to bring batters forward with the type of turn that he's starting to extract out of the surface, things could start to get a little tricky. Things could start to get a little challenging for the West Indies Academy. A bit of grip, a bit of bite, but that catch, that belongs in the highlight reel. That is a grab and a half from Demetrius Richards. And that's what you want if you're Barbados Pride to start the day.
Yeah, and I think you've got to give Ford a lot of credit as well, because he's holding on top of that off stump. Barbados were prepared to have that forward short leg in, and it was a very good catch, as you see on the monitor. Richards very sharp. The ball turned a bit, and you just got the feeling that they clearly worked out that it's going to be a difficult pitch to really, get wickets on. I mean, it's so good for batting. So just be patient, and we know that this young batsman is very good in terms of his flow for runs, Clark, but it was a drying up situation for him, and in the end, that's a big wicket to get. And one would think, Joe, as we see that monitor again, Barbados will feel now that they've got an excellent opportunity to slice through the low order.
Yeah, I think shaping up in the fashion that Barbados Pride would like. Oh, 2 men again on that leg side in front of the bat. The new batter is Bhavendra Dindayal. Just always interesting when you think about what just took place in terms of the hands from Clark. The first time we really saw his hands going in front of his pads, just reaching, pushing a little harder at that one. It's because of the length of that ball from Shem Holder. It's just a case of feeling as if you're there, feeling as if it's there, and then realizing you have to just extend a bit more. And because of that thick inside edge, that catch, that was a really good grab. It's a bit of a conversation now between Tuckett and Dindayal. I just wonder if he's telling him, just ensure that your hand's not going too far in front of the body. Allow that ball to come to you. Trust your defense. Well, wicket in the over. Success for the Pride. It's 127 for 5.
So the first change of the afternoon with Ramon Simmons into the attack. The work of Matthew Ford today has been brilliant. And why I say that, it's not an easy pitch in which to get wickets on, but he's been good in terms of his length and his line, and as a result, he's just got the feeling that Clark became, as we would say, edgy, and played a loose shot to one outside the off stump. These are young batsmen that always want to score, and I thought that the spell this afternoon by Ford was good. But Simmons will take over from him, operating from the Joe Garner or the northern end of the ground.
So left arm over is into proceedings now. 3 slips in waiting. Driven nicely. Protection at mid-off. Looking to play some shots. Dindale. And that will encourage the likes of Ramon Simmons, especially on the angle going across the right-handed batter.
Ramon Simmons getting his opportunity again to play for Barbados. 2 years ago, he really bowled well.
Was in the air for some time, but it results in a boundary. Dindale no off the mark. In fact, sorry, Boyne Tuckett is the one that would have gotten the boundary on that occasion.
Yeah, the line wasn't right there. It was on his pads, and he whipped it away past my wicket. That was very well timed and got to the boundary. So he'd be quite happy with that. A busy kind of a player.
It's interesting to see the setup of Boyne Tuckett as well, opting to bat some distance out of his crease. Just looks as if Kevin Wickham is asking him to go shorter at Boyne Tuckett.
Kevin Wickham playing for the Empire Club on Saturdays in Barbados, and the elite is always chirping, always chirping.
Well, Wickham placed himself exactly there. Just appears as if maybe he might know a thing or two about Boyne Tuckett. Nearly. The plans nearly came together, and it was the plans that were orchestrated by Kevin Wickham. He said, this is how we're going to get him out, and it was just to the left of him. Needed to be a touch straighter, Kevin Wickham. He does that now.
He's almost on the pitch now.
Driven beautifully back down the ground. That's a shot of class from Boyne Tuckett. Just pulled up inside the boundary though. And comes back for 2. At the end of that Simmons over, it's 133 for 5.
So Holder to continue. He's now got the silly point in. I think that's a good move as well. So there's a slip, silly point, and forward short leg. Barbados very much on the attack here.
thinking back to the words that I heard from Vasper Drake this morning to Shem Holder. Lovely shot from Dindayal. Gets a little too close and he expresses himself. One bounce into the boundary.
Yeah, that was given a bit of air. Eyes open very wide and got it over mid-on, down to long on for 4. Good positive shot by the young man.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't worry Barbados or Shem Holder. You want to see them playing shots like that. You enjoy the positivity of it. Was a case of how long does he continue to do it. Played nicely this time through the offside. His counter-attacking batting from Dindayal.
Yeah, pitched up just on the off stump, lots of air, plenty of real estate in the offside between backward point and mid-off, and he found peace and got a boundary. Good positive shot again by the diminutive cricketer. Looks like a player that likes to get on in terms of being very attacking. Now that's a much better delivery. That was on top of the line of the off stump. The over comes to an end, 141 for 5.
Just going back to what I was mentioning in terms of Coach Vasper Drake's, and I was in specific mention to actually Shem Holder, and he talked about the length that he wants him to bowl during today, and he told him to consider the height of the batters that you're bowling at as well, because naturally you're telling yourself that you need to be just slightly a touch fuller than you would have been to a taller batter, given the type of stride that these batters can get in terms of the fact of how short they are, how easy it might be for them to rock back onto that back foot depending on the length. So far, so good from Shem Holder in terms of the early exchange of the lengths that he's been bowling. Got a little too full occasionally there to Dindayal, and excellent execution from him. But yeah, that length certainly is the key factor for him here today.
Spot on with that assessment. And this is a man who actually was not in the original squad. Came in because of injuries to McAllister and the leg spinner Leacock. This is a very interesting field. There's a short mid-on, short mid-off, and a cover as well short. So they are working on something, and the last over, that he played the ball in the air, down towards mid-on.
Yeah, just thinking that maybe, because originally I thought from the expressions of Wickham the previous over that it would have been a short ball tactic, given that I saw him coming to mid-wicket, but in fact, looks as if they're telling himself that he's going to be driving on the up, Bowen Tuckett. Majority of the times that ball has been aerial when he's gotten that straight in and looking to drive. So those two men in front definitely looking to catch any ball driven on the up. Short cover comes into play as well.
That's a good delivery. The left arm angling the ball across the right-hander. So they're working on that ploy to pitch the ball up to him, and you're right. You've seen him going for the drive. The other thing too is that the mid-on is short and the mid-off as well. More changes coming as well. In that there's now a short mid-off, and there's also going to be a fielder That's Holder going to short mid wicket. That's interesting.
Yeah, I figured it was a case of allowing Simmons to get a lot straighter as well, give him that protection in that mid-wicket space, exactly where that ball would have just went. There's also the chance of it being uppish because at the moment, Bowen Tuckett is going quite hard at these deliveries. So it's a defensive tactic in one aspect, and on the other side, it's still a wicket-taking option as well.
I'm always so excited to see captains working on plans, and clearly there's one here. Not often that you see the short mid-on and the short mid-off.
Made it over from Simmons, 141 for 5.
So no doubt Holder will continue. He's now picked up 3 for 31. Start his 11th over. Just begin to wonder when Warkan will come into the attack. To be honest, from the northern end, things have been pretty tight. So here's Holder to continue.
In and out. Took a stunning catch before this one directly to him, but at pace as well. He just couldn't manage to hang on to that one.
Now that's the length. Bringing the batsman forward with a bit of turn. Not a great deal of bounce, but he played with some suspicion there. Very good delivery from Holder. He's in a good spell, actually.
A good spell indeed, and I think what's making it good is the control which he's bowling at the moment and the pace as well. So he's found the pace that he needs to bowl on this surface, and then to top it off, he's found the areas that he needs to bowl as well. Hasn't bowled too many loose deliveries for the morning, or rather the afternoon, has Shem Holder.
They got the single down to mid-on. The running from Bowen Tuckett was positive. His partner was a little bit slow, but the mid-on is deepish. For Dindial, in the last over, that mid-on was halfway back. Now he's going to go back now. So that's an interesting ploy. Is he going to go right back on the boundary? No. 15 meters inside. Looking for that lofted shot, because 2 overs ago we saw that.
Yeah, it's just a case of understanding that Dindial might still even take on the man at long on. So far, he's come to the crease. He's looked as if he wants to be busy. He's gone quite hard at everything, Dindayal. Two runs from the over, 143 for 5.
So it's been a pretty good morning for Barbados. Removing the dangerous Clark for 78. And to be honest, I think Barbados got it right in terms of setting some tight fields with the medium pace of Ford. And it took a sharp catch to dismiss him. But he batted so very well. And there are many who feel that Rivaldo Clark has got the ability to actually play in the Barbados Pride side as a batsman. Boucher is keeping, and Richards, who kept in the last game, is up at that short mid-off area. Simmons to continue, looking for more success for the Barbados Pride.
Given what we've seen from Boyne Tuckett, I like the fact that they put that mid-wicket in because of the line that allows Ramon Simmons to bowl. Ever since putting the man back at that mid-wicket region, he's gone back to being straighter, gone back to challenging the stumps, but it also brings those two close catchers into play even more.
I think the plan is to bowl full to him here. And that was a full delivery, and it actually hit the bottom of the bat. As we said earlier, there's a clear plan with a short mid-on, short mid-off. Simmons is really down on pace here, really. Seemed to have struggled to get to the crease there. It's actually lost, in my view, quite a bit of pace in the last 2 years or so. In fact, when I first saw him was in a match involving his club, YMPC, Young Men's Progressive Club in Beccles Road, just in the outskirts of the nation's capital, the club of Dwayne Smith. And he looked very sharp then.
Just interesting that one was called. Oh, I think maybe. I just wonder. I've seen a couple of white calls across this match, and I've just wondered with regards to the amount of leniency that the umpires have offered in this game.
Yeah, I think that was harsh. I think it actually surprised everyone when that was called wide. But Simmons banged it in.
Did that carry? They're answering the question. You think the biggest question really and truly whether or not it was bum ball. Did it leave back onto ground? Look quite tight there.
But it was more of an inquiry. It was not a vociferous appeal by the Barbados team. Sometimes when that happens, they're running around as if they'd won gold at the Olympics. What do you make of it there? Haven't seen it? Difficult?
I'll have to see it again. It's quite close. This is a case of did it bounce before the bat or did it bounce after the bat? And that's the real question on that one. Yeah, that big question, where did it bounce? My eyes are telling me that it was ground to bat to ground, back to the player, but I'm going to have to see that in ultra slow motion.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see if Mr. Green and his team can come up with that. If they can, well, we'll increase the pay. Wow, that looked a tired delivery. Wide of the off stump. The over comes to an end, 144 for 5. So as we come up to the first hour, it's been a good hour for Barbados. They've picked up 2 wickets. And importantly, the wicket of the dangerous Rivaldo Clark. I rather suspect that Warkan may come pretty soon. But in the meantime, it's been Holder who's been the star, looking for more success.
Protection back on that cover boundary. Means just one for him. Just wonder if maybe that field comes back in now that Boyne Tuckett is on strike. Long on does come in, and the man on the cover boundary stays out. Very good single from Boyne Tuckett, recognizing the space in that offside.
A little bit surprised that the cover stayed out for Boyne Tuckett there. Did that his partner was rather slow. Not for the first time. Holder made a dash across to pick it up. But in the end, he was able to get home. I'm not quite sure that I agree with Captain Brathwaite in terms of just allowing that single in the offside. You got to test the batsman's patience. It's my view that a lot of runs are scored in world cricket because I think generally captains are defensive. Now there's a single right there in the offside. The fielder's back on the cover boundary. That's a good delivery. Turn and bounce. He was completely deceived. Holder's really bowled well here.
He's gone through him. Make that number 4 for Shem Holder. He's really enjoying conditions here on day number 3.
Josh Bishop comes to the plate. So more success for Shem Holder, picking up his 4th wicket. You just get the impression that he's enjoying his bowl. He did start well last evening, and just continuing the good work today.
Nice to see you, Hendy. Where have you been all day?
Well, I was trying to earn a living,
Okay.
and so hard at work.
Indeed. But, you know, Barbados overnight getting a couple of wickets. 147 for 6 now. Hendy Wallace joins me. It's been a good afternoon for Barbados.
Yeah, and you know, it's good to see that the spinners are actually utilizing the conditions. Is called for a little bit of guile, a little bit of patience. And I think the dismissal last evening of Jagisar, when he was bowled through the gate, I think that really would have inspired the finger spinners in Shem Holder and Jamal Warrican as to what is required on this pitch. I think they need to be a little bit slower, and just to give the ball a little bit more opportunity to turn. And patience is the key, because it's still a good trap. So I think that augured well for them yesterday, and I'm sure when they had the debriefing last night, that would have been the key for the slow bowlers.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment.
I see the line is good, and he's, you know, that's a classical off spinner's dismissal, to get the ball through the gate, and you know, you can see how much it means to him. The manner of dismissal can just mean so much, and the batter really didn't appear to do much wrong. The only thing I'll say, in playing a forward defensive shot, you would need to have your foot at least behind the line, because had it not hit the stumps, it would have been a stumping opportunity.
Yes.
And those are basic things which you don't expect to see happening at this level.
And of course, you're hearing from a man who coached, was it Ireland, for about 18 years, but somebody, 21. Don't shorten it. Of course, would have had an association with a very successful England captain.
Yes, yeah, Owen Morgan, as a youngster, to see him coming up through the ranks, and you know, from the very early age of, before he was even 10, he said he wanted to play for England. And, when I asked him, what about Ireland, he said, oh yeah, them too, but I want to play for England.
So Warkan, the champion from Pakistan, comes into the attack. Now he's gone. Warkan gets a wicket, beautifully bowled, and the field that slip takes the catch. More success for Barbados.
Joshua Bishop seemed to be a little bit bemused there with that dismissal, as if to suggest that he didn't hit it. But there was absolutely no doubt in the mind of the, actually it wasn't Bishop, no, that's Dinial, who was looking to play forward defensive. And the ball just lobbed up where the field that slip, I think that was a captain, came around from slip to take a very simple catch. Umpire Williams, she had absolutely no hesitation whatsoever, but I don't know, maybe if it's Daniel's disappointment or where he felt he didn't hit it, but nonetheless, we'll have a look at it here now again. You see, and look at the speed again, Andrew. He's able to flight the ball. He was looking to turn it into the leg side, which is obviously a cardinal sin, looking to play against the spin. And looking to play to the leg, and it looked like it hit the glove maybe and part of the body, and just lobbed to slip. He looked back quite anxiously, and the catch was comfortably taken, as I said, for a slip. Just had to go a couple steps to his right to take the catch, but plenty of encouragement there for Warrican. The speed at which he's bowling is the key, in my opinion.
Yep. In fact, he spoke about it in Pakistan. He said, look, I was bowling a bit quick, and he slowed it up considerably and has picked up a wicket. Things are happening very quickly at the start. Barbados very patient, and that wicket, that snapper, Clark, gone, brilliantly caught, has opened the gates for Barbados. There's Warkan. And that was in the air as well.
Well, you don't expect the forward short leg to be too involved when the ball comes off the face of the bat, but looking to play the ball into the leg side. It was uppish for a while, and Richards, I think it is, that forward short leg, followed the line of the shot and got very close to it indeed, but only close. As we see there, came off the face of the bat, and it was just out of his reach. But again, it calls for a bit of luck to be able to pull those catches in.
So Joshua Bishop is the batsman. Work on looking for more success. That's a confident shot.
Well, along with his excellent bowling for the academy, Bishop has also got a few runs down the order. He can hit the ball, so he's no slouch with the bat. Let's put it that way. So like vultures around the prey.
Yeah, we like that, huh?
Yeah.
Looking to pounce on prey. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. And if you include the keeper, 5, and you should.
It's a pretty good shout. Always, when the ball goes in with the arm, the key for the umpire is to adjudicate whether the impact was outside the line, and with the ball going with the arm, whether it's straightened enough to hit the stumps. And I think that was really the consideration there for umpire Williams. That one was a dismissal of Daniel.
So Matara is the batsman. Well, that would have been a reflex action catch there, hit firmly to silly point. I love to see the silly point. I love aggression, when I go back to the halcyon days of West Indies cricket with the big fast bowlers, 3 sips in the gully. As he just comes onto the front foot, and that had to stick, it didn't. And that aggression, forward short leg with Lance Gibbs, with Gary Sobers as he was then in the hip pocket, and the forward short leg, and no backward square. There was also a feel at square leg. Nowadays, the off spinners tend to bowl with that backward square. So the batsman, inside edge onto the pad, can get away. Now Holder will continue. Mind you, he was not in this squad originally. He was dropped. But, of course, you got to take the chance. And he's done well. He's actually bowled very well, Hendy. Very well indeed.
Yeah, I was impressed. Actually, in the game against Guyana, the bit that I saw, I was quite impressed with the line that he was bowling. In the previous seasons, he's been guilty of starting his deliveries a little bit too straight.
So Bishop and Matara, 2 Barbadians at the crease.
That's your favorite shot as well, Andrew. The reverse sweep. He made excellent contact. Even the fielder on the cover boundary didn't seem to pick it up, but we've seen that a couple of times from the fielders in the deep. I don't know if they're losing the ball in that in the background there with the temporary stand, but excellent contact there, where again he got very low indeed, got it early and made excellent contact. And this is a reputation of Bishop. If you look at the field here to see that the leg side is fairly widespread with the long on and the deep mid wicket, and that's a big hit up to mid wicket. Leading edge, but safe enough into the offside. So it's all happening here. We looked at yesterday where there wasn't a great deal happening for the bowlers, and then suddenly another day number 3, and it looks like a different surface altogether.
Yep. Bit more turn, bit more bunks. For Holder, who's done an excellent job.
That was a confident shot. Matara. Maybe seeing this as an opportunity to give a bit back. He was on the receiving end quite a bit. So there's some protection up there. And end of another good over from Shem Holder. He's got 4 for 42. And the West Indies Academy 155 for 7.
You're 155 for 7. Look at those figures of Holder. Bowling very well, 4 for 42. Warkan 1 for 9. It's been a very good afternoon for the Barbados side. Looking to wrap it up. And I would think will enforce the follow on without hesitation. But don't get ahead of yourself. Andrew Mason, as they say, let the cricket play. So Warkan to continue with 4 men round the bat, waiting. Look at the speed of that. So that's a Pakistan kind of a delivery.
Yeah, he's really got good rhythm. And you see him getting through his action nicely, but still getting that loop.
He's got the feeling that Matara was winding up for the big shot, then changed it. Yeah, but when you talk to Warkan, he said he learnt so much in Pakistan in terms of those revs, and you can see he's given the ball opportunity to just turn and bounce. Here we go, lots of air.
And bowling from the Joel Garner end, it means that the breeze is coming from off the leg, so it gives him the opportunity to get the ball to drift into the right-handed batsman before it spins away.
Trying to think of another left arm spin in the Caribbean that would have bowled like this. Here we go. But it's really worked for him. In fact, he said that in the first test match he was bowling too quick and just slowed it up and finished with 19 wickets in 2 test matches. Brilliant. Well, he's lucky. That could have gone anywhere. Squaring the offside down to backward point for a single to end the over. The West Indies Academy in all kinds of contortions. They now won 56 for a loss of 7.
As we look at that scorecard there, you would see how the pressure is built. Warwick 10 overs for 10 runs, just 1 wicket, and Shem Holder 13 overs, 4 for 42. So it's the partnership that counts. Warwick not trying to compete with Holder. You know, if he can keep the pressure on, then they may try to be a little bit more aggressive against Holder. And then by trying to do that, that's when you give the chance of a wicket, and that's exactly what's happened with this bowling pair.
No, there seems to be some indecision as to where the mid-on should be. He was in, but now he's gone back halfway to the boundary. There's a cover on the boundary as well. What do you think is the thinking there with the cover on the boundary, the mid-on halfway? What do you think?
I think the mid-on halfway is just a tease for Matara. He has to be very careful in playing this defensive shot with the 4 short leg in place.
Back to the bowler. Catch taken. 5 wickets for Shem Holder. Mind you, this man was not in the original squad, but he's really taken his opportunity and really has done a wonderful job. The man from Spartan has picked up 5 at the Regent's Mecca, and the Academy in big trouble now. They're 156 for a loss of 8.
And again, you talk about the sort of wickets that our spinner would love to have. Bowling the batter through the gate, getting the cotton bowl, caught an extra cover. Those are the sort of dismissals that are commonplace for the off spinner. And that was, again, very well flighted. And it was almost as if Matara was in 2 minds whether to go aerial, but he went firmly without really getting over the ball. And Holder getting into an excellent position, getting both hands to it and throwing that ball high in the air gleefully. So well deserved to the young man. As he said, he wasn't in the original 11 where they were looking at the composition of the side, but he's certainly made his mark now, and going forward it'll be very difficult to leave him out.
I would think so as well. There'll be a protest from Spartan, as is the case in relation to the local competition. You're a member of the board. Any more than that? Can you give me a scoop?
It would be improper of me.
Improper. I mean, no, you're a proper man. Of course, Henry Wallace, former Barbados under-19 fast bowler, in the days of Milton Small.
Correct, the legend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Legend,
Right,
Milton.
man.
Have you seen him recently?
Not recently, but I sent him a message not so long ago.
Did he respond to your message?
He did.
He did.
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
A man of few words.
Yeah, yeah.
How good was Milton Small?
Very, very good. I rate him up there with the very finest old ball bowlers that I've seen in world cricket. The very finest.
Wow, that's a big statement to make.
Yeah.
Milton Small, who went to Lords and opened the bowling, didn't he?
He did, but it was another one that was significant for me on that same tour. He played a county game against Northants, West Indies, and it got washed out after 3 overs. He bowled 2 and Courtney Bosch bowled 1. Game was washed out and they offered him a contract.
Oh, yeah.
After 2 overs.
No, he was brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic.
Played for my club, St. Catherine's, and left and went to Wanderers. But he was fantastic. I mean, the old ball.
Yeah, man.
Oh, brilliant.
Brilliant.
Milton Small. So Johan Lane comes to the crease.
And it's amazing, with familiarity, how a new batter comes in and you see the fielders go right into the deep. So that's really based on reputation. He obviously has the ability to clout a big one.
Yeah. In fact, in the game last year when the Academy shockingly defeated Barbados and denied them $250,000 US, he had a good game, had a couple of decent scores. Yes, he hits the ball pretty hard, so we've got the long on right back on the edge of the boundary.
It's a brilliant catch.
Brilliant. Absolutely stupendous. Kevin Wickham having to run across to his right about 15 meters or so, maybe make it 20, and poaching the catch. Brilliant, excellent, superb. And Holder has got his 6th wicket at the region's Mecca. Absolutely fantastic cricket by the Barbados Pride.
Well, we spoke about the size of that boundary earlier, and it's also against the breeze. So that boundary today would easily be 90 meters, at least, very close to 90 meters. So that was pretty well struck by Lane, but it's quite a big boundary. And the fielder was always interested, and I agree with you, about 20 meters running to his right. And it was amazing how he just kept his eyes on the ball, got both hands to it, and that was an absolutely magnificent catch.
Well, I mean, when you look at that, good camera work again, running across like Obadeli, the Bronze King. Look at that dive. That should make primetime sports across the Caribbean tonight. Well done, my friend. Kevin Wickham.
And it was no surprise to see the entire team run all the way. As I said, it's a long way away, but they all ran over to congratulate him because that was really the catch of the highest order.
Things are happening very quickly. Wickets are falling like ripe mangoes. Not quite the mango season in Barbados as yet. But, at the start of the day, you would have felt that, look, the Academy would have given some challenges, but not at all. They're 156 for 9, and McKenny Clark is the new batsman. But this represents an excellent spell of bowling from Holder. He's now got 6 for 42, and the West Indies Academy capitulating here at Kensington Oval. They're in big trouble. They're 156 for 9.
Yeah, Holder continuing to do the good work. That was a wicket maiden. And again, his line is so good. His confidence must really be up. Which I suppose when you've got 6 wickets, there's not much more you can ask for to raise your confidence. But I'm really enjoying the way how he's stringing his deliveries together, and the control that he's exhibited for this season for sure against Guyana. I thought he bowled quite well. Didn't have the same returns, but I was very keen to observe his lines and the amount how he was flighting the ball. So to see that come now, and he's really bearing fruition now in Barbados.
So Barbados looking to wrap it up here. Not with that delivery.
Yeah, ill-directed, and Bishop just working it just down to long leg. No protection down there. Absolutely no one down there. So that was way off line. I would say that delivery probably just slipped out from Warwican, and to see immediately afterwards he was able to wipe his fingers into the turf. So that one just got away from him slightly. But Bishop has no issue with it, so he was happy to pick up that freebie, and 4 runs to him. So what will Warwican do to correct that? It was in the air for a while. I just wonder if the feel that the short extra cover may have got a hand to it, like with the oohs and ahs. It was firmly struck by Bishop, and Ford, the fielder at the short extra cover position. I think Bishop wants to keep those close fielders out of play. Firmly struck again. Yeah, Bishop wants to nullify those 3 catches around the bat. He's got that one through. And this one is going to go very close to the boundary. As a matter of fact, it's going to go over the boundary. So another boundary there for Joshua Bishop. So his intentions are quite clear. He now races up to 16 of just 9 deliveries. Just spoiling the Warwican's figures there a bit. He got well for it. It was full length delivery. May even got it on the full. Keeping it away from the fielder at the short extra cover position.
So another over comes to an end. 581 for 9 to Barbados. The Academy 166 for 9. What good bowling by Shem Holder. 6 for 42 is best at this level. And a man who's not really been able to secure a permanent place in the Barbados side. An off spinner coming from the club Spartan, just on the outskirts of the nation's capital. Of course, he would have come from a club that produced Tony Howard and Henderson Springer. Edge found, good piece of cricket. Barbados looking now to just wrap it up. Of course, when you look at leg spin bowling, they've gone to the great beyond. David Holford and Georgie Linton. So Clark gets off the mark. It's going to be interesting to see what Bishop does here. He's on 16. but they are in deficit by a whopping 414 runs. Of course, the Spartan club producing Suleiman Ben, Dave Marshall would have played a couple of matches for the Barbados team. Your favorite shot, that's gone to the boundary. That's gone for 4.
Well, he's been quite effective with it, and you just get the impression that he plays that shot quite a bit. So he's obviously practiced it, and I like how he gets very low. You see that back leg getting close to the ground, so it means that his head is very close to over the line of the ball.
Was that the reverse sweep?
That was the reverse sweep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's a big man, hits the ball with a lot of power. That's going to go towards the boundary, extra cover. That's gone for 4.
Well, I like his approach, and again, he's manipulating the field because of the reverse. There was a man at deep cover, and but because he was playing the reverse, you saw that man to the right of your picture there had been moved around to sort of backward point, and where he was taken from is exactly where Bishop hit that last one over the cover area.
Well, he's gone to 24 from just 12 balls. There are 2 deliveries left in the over. Will he look to get a single and keep the strike? We shall see.
So now we get the conventional sweep. So he's giving the full repertoire here, Andrew, and 4 more runs.
Indeed. Just need the twitch hit now, and if that happens, well then we'll be quite happy. But he's a useful lower order batsman. Of course, would have played for the CCC, managed by Roland Butcher, who would have been head of sports for about, 10 years, Roland? 10 years or so? 15 years. I took 5 years off of you.
After his pension.
Yeah. Look at that sweep, down to that backward square area. Well played. So the last ball is about to be bowled in this over. Let's see if Bishop would want to keep the strike. The field is in now, 3 men in the offside, saving 1. Well, he's going to get more runs. Down to backward square, badly lined and put away.
Well, clearly the plan was to try and keep him on strike, but Bishop had other ideas. He was down the pitch very quickly indeed, and there was Holder looking to fire it down the leg side, maybe to effect the stumping, but Bishop was good enough. He was able to pick it up from outside the legs and help it over the fielder, who was brought in at the short fine leg position, and yet another boundary. So he's enjoying himself. On to 32, and the West Indies Academy 183 for 9.
Barbados, you reckon will enforce the follow-on, you think?
Oh, I have no doubt. Yeah.
Okay. So here's Warken looking to wrap it up. Just down towards that mid-on area. They got the run, so Bishop will get the strike. Well, that's a bad delivery and put away by Clark. Down to backward square. It's gone for 6.
Andrew, that wasn't too bad a delivery, you know. If the replay comes out, you'll see that he's walked outside the off stump, and his intention really was that's where it's going to go. He's walked outside the off stump, probably with a leg stump.
Yeah.
But it's a terrific shot, and
you got away with it.
He's not a bad lower order batter. I think he probably could bat higher, Bishop, because in every form of cricket that he plays, he does make a meaningful contribution with the bat.
He's going for another drive. That's gone over long on. That's gone for 6. Big, strong man. Huge hit. Well played.
Yeah, beautiful timing there, Bishop. He was just only doing one thing with that. He's hitting it for 6. He wasn't hitting it for 4. Just got the elevation is where he can toss it up. Mindful of the fact that he might get swept again. But yeah, this is a terrific shot. That's the first one. That's the sweep there. But the second one was even better.
Well, he's on the back foot and hits it up towards that mid-off area.
Morricane deliberately misfields, but Bishop's not taking the single.
Can you get fined for that?
Another sweep or reverse sweep?
So the 2 balls left in the over. Hit pretty straight. That's gone away. Down towards the boundary. Will they look for another one? They will. Coming back for the second. So the tail is wagging lustily here at Kensington Oval, the region's mecca.
Yes, by virtue of Bishop's effort.
Well, he's actually gone to 46 already. And the 200 beckons. It's 198 for 9. Now, a major concession in that the forward short leg now goes down to backward square.
Just a little nudge to point and get a single.
He's down the pitch
But
when he
Bishop
gets there.
goes 6.
That's
6.
gone for 6. Lovely shot, and what a way to bring up the 50. Wonderful batting. Batting with the pace of Usain Bolt has gone to 50 from just 19 balls, 8 4s and 2 6s. 200s come from the board. Well done to Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, terrific. That's almost like T20 striking. But he hasn't had much choice really. He's just batted with the last man. And an excellent innings.
Barbados would want to stop this now, I would imagine. I would think so. And Holder, who's got 6 wickets, will want to finish this right now. Not with that delivery. Just over the bowler's head. It'll go a long way down towards the long off boundary. But Bishop decides, I want to take the bowling on. So just 1. They could have had 2. He will take the single. That's interesting.
Obviously very confident that McKenny Clark can get the single and get him back on strike.
So as you would expect, Barbados attacking with a slip, silly point and forward short leg. Now the forward short leg has now been moved to short extra cover. That's a good meaty shot. That's gone away. 4 runs. The runs are flowing.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Obviously nobody in the deep, either long off or long on, so Kenny Clark took the opposition to go up and over.
And with it, the 50 partnership as well from just 23 balls. The tail is wagging. Overall, they're still very much in trouble, but I think Barbados would want to end this here, I would imagine. But you've got to give these two batsmen some credit. They're fighting fire with fire, as they say. More runs, through the offside, down to extra cover, now go for 4.
Yeah, that's a good shot though, Andrew. That's an authentic shot, because that's a shot of a batsman, really. Just fired it in, and he's giving himself a bit of room. The ball was hitting the stumps.
So partnership of what, 56 from 24 balls. The scores rushed to 212 for 9. Good positive batting from these two. They'll get a second. No, they won't. Captain Brathwaite up at that deep mid-off area, fumble, but in the end they decided not to go for the second run because I suppose just want to make sure that things keep going quite nicely for them. So another over comes to an end, 213 for 9.
That's a very entertaining partnership between these two, even though it's come right at the end. And Kenny Clark now joining in the party, hitting back-to-back boundaries in that over.
So Warren to continue. Now that's another big hit. That's going to go away, down towards the boundary. And we'll get there as well, down. In fact, it's actually gone for 6. That was it with a lot of power. The mid-on was up. And he went over long on. That's gone for 6.
No need to shield him now, Andrew.
Nope,
He,
not at all.
He's taken over.
Yeah. Just get the feeling that Barbados feel that eventually something will happen. But that's a good shot. Leaning back. Lots of power. Oh, seems if the ball is lost. Oh, I think Wickham has been able to get it. Or has he?
It didn't go out of the stadium, did it?
No. Not that Chris Gale hit when the ball sailed over the 3W stand. It's the biggest hit I've seen at Kensington, but it would appear as if they're going to do another ball. Yeah.
Looks like it. But you might remember a couple of years, Andrew, but a couple that's a good shot because that ball was not that short.
But let's try to track that
A
ball.
lot of power. It's probably just lost under the sight screen.
Surely you'll be able to find that, I would think. Maybe it went into a hole.
They should do. Maybe it's don't want it to be found.
Yep.
But you may remember a couple of years ago, Andrew, a couple of sixes that Evan Lewis hit
Yeah.
over that side there.
Yeah, tremendous.
I mean, they were massive.
What's the biggest 6 you've ever seen? You've had a long and illustrious career, playing for Middlesex, playing for
I think
England.
the biggest one I have seen probably would have been in the 80s. We played a cup final against Glamorgan.
Mm-hmm.
And a fellow by the name of Mike Llewellyn batted for Glamorgan.
Right.
He actually hit John Embry on top of the pavilion.
This is at Lord's?
Yeah.
Okay, on top of the pavilion.
Yeah, people have reached the balcony before, but
Okay.
not on top.
Oh.
And I think only one or two persons ever.
Well, he's gone again. He's gone again.
6 more.
Gone again. Did it carry over the boundary? The umpire's waiting. The confirmation comes now. 6 more.
Back-to-back sixes.
Wow.
To go with the back-to-back fours in the previous over. So Kenny Clark enjoying himself.
And he's rushed to 24. Look at that. Bang. Wickham might have just got his fingers to it down at long on. This must be of some concern to the Barbados team here now, I would imagine. I mean, overall, they're still very much in control, but you want to just wrap it up.
Yeah,
but these two have done well.
But it's good to see the tail wagging.
You like that, huh? You're enjoying the fun at the region's Mecca. Here's Warkan. Well, he gets away. That's the French cut or the Chinese cut, down to fine leg. We'll get a second. Brathwaite picks it up just about now.
But Andrew, many years ago, probably the year dot, a fellow by the name of Albert Trott apparently hit the ball over the Lord's Pavilion.
Albert Trott. What year was that?
Probably the year dot.
Oh.
Yeah. But he hit one over the pavilion. I don't think anybody has ever done that.
Warkan's figures have been spoilt here. 1 for 51 from 12 overs and 3 balls. But the tail continues to wag at Kensington. He's down the pitch, and the keeper miss-stumps him. Wow. In the old time days, you would say, he's a shopkeeper. Oh. Now, Bishop will come down and say to the young man, seize and settle. Cool it, my brother. He should have been stumped there.
Yeah, he should have been. He's getting a little bit excited. He's so far down as well.
Ooh. Wrapped in a pad. The umpire says no.
I don't think whatever Bishop said to him has made no difference whatsoever.
Yeah. He's going for broke. Yes, Bishop, I think, said to him, look, take it easy, but he's going for a big shot. No, he takes the advice of Bishop and blocks the last ball into the offside. So 227 for 9.
Yeah, so some excitement right at the end of the innings, and this partnership is now worth, can't see, but it's a good one in a quick time, because McKenny Clark's only faced 15 deliveries and Bishop's only faced 20, so your eyes are better than mine, Andrew.
You sure? Sure about that? And now, as a result of this, Barbados will now turn to Eiffel to wrap it up.
So we have a change of ball at the bottom of our leg. So the bowler comes off.
Isn't that Warkan was casual? It was just power hitting. What's your view?
Well, the Warkan he was just hoping that he mishit or misses it.
Okay.
Because there's no spin. I mean, if it's spin, if you don't get to the pitch of the ball, having a big swing, ball just turns away and you get stumped. But this pitch, the ball's just coming straight on, so he's got a good chance, McKenny Clark, of hitting it.
So Jamar Eiffel, the debutant, comes in for his first over today and starts with a good one. Lovely flick into the onside. Good use of the wrist there. Such a talented cricketer as Bishop. Can bat. And you're right to think he can bat high on this side as well.
Most definitely. He's got a lot of ability. You remember last year he scored 100 in the trial game here, Andrew, for Barbados.
That's gone through cover. And we'll get to the boundary. That's gone out of extra cover. That's gone for 4. More runs to Bishop.
Yeah, lovely shot. Wasn't the full half volley, but Bishop made it into one. Stroked it through the offside, but yeah, you may remember last year during the trial game in the first class, for the first class season. I remember. Yeah, that's a good shot. Just driving on the up. Extra cover, no chance. But I remember watching the game here, and he did play really well for that 100.
We'll take the single. The ball goes down towards long on. So Clark will face up to Eiffel, looking for his first wicket. Have you seen a lot of Jamar Eiffel, Roland?
No, not a great deal. Obviously, he wouldn't have played a lot of games over the last 6 years, so I would imagine most of those I would have been away. He's only played, 30-odd games, so
Yep.
you know that's averaging just over five a
And
year.
you notice statistician
5 a year.
Keith Holder gave his stats as well.
Yeah, he's 5 games a year on average is not. It's not a lot.
Well, the square forward short leg is in, so we may get a short ball. We shall see. Cricket looks so different now with these two at the crease. Bold aggression, that over comes to an end. And the Academy continuing to frustrate the Barbados team here. They're 233 for 9. Well, more runs. That's gone. Straight my wicket. 4 more. The carnage continues.
Yes, and Eiffel out with the long handle. There's no stopping him now. It doesn't matter what Bishop says to him. He's not going to be able to pull it back. He's now really in that zone where he's going after everything.
It's really caused some concern to the Barbados captain. He's now pushed the cover back. There's a mid-wicket right in the boundary. And it would appear as if Eiffel is going to go out towards backward point. Still trailing by 344. But these two have done very well. Lovely shot. Checking the shot. It was a check drive, as they would say, down to long off for 1. See if you can bat a bit, though, Clark. Have you seen a bit of him?
Well, I think I haven't seen a lot of him, but in this situation here, you know, there's freedom. So
Boucher has not been at his best. Should have had a stump in the last over.
it might be different if Clark have to bat in a different situation.
Yeah. Is that experiment with Boucher keeping working? Oh, that's played away. A lovely shot. They reckon that Richard should bat in the middle and Boucher should keep. You like that, Roland? Is he good enough, you think, Boucher?
Well, the question you have to ask.
Well, finally, Warkan gets his man with a slow ball. Clark swinging across the line, but he really excited the taste buds with some scintillating stroke play. He's gone for 30, and Joshua Bishop, his partner in the cricket crime, was brilliant as well. But Barbados, in the end, dismissing the academy for 239.
Yes, and it had to end sometime. I mean, McKenny Clark was just in the zone. He was swinging at everything. You know, sooner or later, he was going to misjudge the length of one of those deliveries. Roycan's ball this one a little bit slower. He's played half an hour early, finished the shot, then the ball goes through and just clipped the off stump. But a nice breezy knock, and he shared a very good partnership there with Bishop. Good last wicket partnership, plenty of excitement.
But of course, the attention turned to Shem Holder, the pride and joy of the Barbados. Pride, I suppose one could say that he's really made the pride proud of his performance. Shem Holder, who was originally not in the side, got into the Barbados team because of the injury to Javid Leacock, the leg spinner, and McAllister coming into the side and taking all of his chances. Now, that's very good. And that will certainly make primetime sports as well. With the ball in his hand, Shem Holder, the man from Spartan, bowling beautifully to end with some excellent figures of 6 for 70 from his 16 overs. Barbados, with a lead of 342, one would think, Roland Butcher, that they will enforce the follow on.
Yeah, most definitely there would be no need to bat. Get the academy back in, try and get through the innings as much as possible today. Don't forget there'll be some bowling under the lights. So if you can get them in trouble, it could easily be finished tonight. But I suspect it wouldn't be, because I think the pitch is still playing pretty well. But Barbados are in an excellent position. First of all, that massive first innings total on the board, and now bowling the academy out for 239. It gives them, still a deficit of 342. I wouldn't suspect that the academy will be able to erase that deficit, but I think certainly Barbados will enforce the follow on.
So the man of the day, Shem Holder, brilliant bowling. First wicket. That was a brilliant catch. The big snapper gone, Clark. Lovely shot, played away through mid wicket. And that was hit with tremendous power. What a lovely drive through backward point. Ooh, right through the gate. Spin and bounce, catch taken by the captain. The reverse sweep came out as well and was successful. And again. Right back to the bowler. Matara goes. Good low catch taken by the bowler. Now this is the moment. This is the moment. Brilliant catch taken. Reverse sweep is so popular. Now Bishop had some excellent performances in terms of stroke play. That's whipped away. That's a bad line and put away. More air. And that's gone away for 4. This is when the action started. And some very good batting from these two. Some frustration for the Barbados team. Off the back foot, through cover. And that's a big one. Well, it was a bit short, but swung away over that mid-wicket area. Oh, what a lovely drive. Through mid-wicket. More runs. Clark was having a great time. And finally, he was bowled by Warkan. Indeed, a wonderful piece of bowling by Warkan. It was a bit slower. Roland Butcher joins me. Barbados, some frustration towards the end, but in the end, 239, an excellent performance by the Barbados team.
Yeah, most definitely, because things could have easily gone against him this morning. As I said, a lot hasn't really changed in the pitch yesterday. We saw 1 or 2 deliveries turn. But it was important this morning, really, for Rivaldo Clark and Ted Blaze to hang in there for a while. They got the breakthrough. And as I said, Warrican is an experienced bowler. Then realised in the end he's got to slow it up. And you saw that last delivery there. But pretty exciting partnership, but it was nicely bowled.
When we look back at the start of the day's play, it was Clark who looked very good, patient, and then a superb catch taken. That opened the floodgates. And the bowling of Holder, brilliant, picking up 6 wickets for Barbados.
Well, I think Shem Holder sent a statement, but as you said, a few days before the start of the game, he wasn't in the team. But he got the opportunity, fortunately, and he's made the most of it. I would think now he's penciled his name in for a little while, having picked up
One would think so.
those 6 wickets, and he may get another haul in the second innings as well.
Yeah, Barbados dismissing the academy for 239, having made 581 for 9 declared. You reckon Barbados will enforce the follow on?
Yeah, most definitely. With a lead of 342, there's no need to bat at the end of the day. You don't want to give the opportunity for any interference through weather or whatever. Put them in. You try and get as many wickets as possible today, and if it goes into tomorrow, try and finish it off as early as possible.
So the day belonging to Shem Holder, bowling beautifully, picking up 6 wickets, his best figures by far. The Barbados Pride very much in control, and there's the view that they will in fact enforce the follow on. We'll be here to bring the action for you when it resumes in about 15 minutes. Please join us then.
Well, it's time to get the second session of the day going. And if you're now joining us in the West Indies Academy, we're bowled out in session number 1 for 239. If you're looking at the field, you're realizing that Barbados Pride have made their way back onto the field. It's because the follow-on has been enforced. It's going to be Matthew Ford to get things going for Barbados Pride with ball in hand. Basically, it's a case of they're hunting for 10 wickets, whether or not that comes today or tomorrow. That's the target for Barbados Pride. West Indies Academy, though, they still trail by some 342 runs. And we're looking that they can hopefully get past that. So a tough task on the hands of the West Indies Academy. They would have come this morning, or rather this afternoon, given that play starts at 1 p.m., hoping that they could have formed a partnership, hoping that the likes of Rivaldo Clark could have stood up and batted for a bit longer. They negotiated and navigated the first 3 overs or so, but then things start to happen and batters start to fall away. Oh, a bit of shape away from Matthew Ford. Bounded in from the Joel Garner end. Just a nice angle in towards the left-handed batter, bowling around the wicket. And then just straining a bit. He's got 3 slips and a gully, so a very aggressive field here for them. That looks good. That looks close. Maybe just sliding down the leg side. Yeah, Matthew Ford originally thought that could have been something to shout about. Kept low as well. That angle from bowling around the wicket. Needs to get it to straighten. Didn't on that occasion. But asking questions very early. Having a little smile with umpire right. Lovely, good balance and good execution from Agist. Opens up his account and the account of the West Indies Academy. Great execution from Agist. Good high elbows, good balance at the crease as well. So just that length now and goes slightly fuller to Agist. Clipped away, an area that he was dismissed in that first innings. This time, though, it brings about a boundary for him to close out the first over. It's 8 without loss. It's going to be Ramon Simmons to bowl from the Malcolm Marshall end. So operating with the two seamers to get things going with this second new ball, or rather the new ball for this second innings. Just the two slips and a gully for Simmons. Originally thinking it would have been left arm over, no, opting to go left arm around. And gully now comes to a third slip, so 3 slips for Simmons. Looking for a quick one. A direct hit, and things could have gotten interesting. Demetrius Richards, the one doing the fielding. A good pickup, but just lacking the accuracy on that occasion. Gone back over the wicket now to O'Geese, and in fact Simmons was the one that picked up the wicket of O'Geese in that first innings, caught at a forward square leg. There's a man there again. Just 1 run from that Simmons over. It's 9 without loss. operating as he did in that first session, Matthew Ford, in terms of a much straighter line for him. You think about the field as well, it suggests that he's going to be operating just around that off stump towards middle and leg or so. Yes, he's got the 3 slips. When I think about the field, he's got a mid-wicket, a man at mid-on, a man back at a wide fine leg, and a man back at deep backward square leg as well. So definitely not looking to go too wide of the off stump at all. Maybe just 1 or so, 2 deliveries or so just outside that off stump to bring those slips into play. But by and large, the majority of the over will be somewhat of a wicket to wicket line. See whether or not there's any movement. He was able to get the ball to go away off the surface from the left-handed batter. Yeah, get straight, but too straight on that occasion. Easy runs for Justin Jagassar. You understand what he's looking to do, Matthew Ford, as I mentioned it. Looking to go straight to Jagassar, but on occasion, just that angle, taking it even further down the leg side. The man at fine leg quite wide as well, so no chance of getting around to that. The man from the square leg boundary now comes back in front of square. Slightly deep as well, not a regulation square leg. Uppish for some time, but away from that mid-wicket fielder in Jamel Warrican, allows Jagassar to come through for 1. Opting to stay over the wicket to complete the over. It's 14 without loss. Oh, just a bit of movement on that bail as it came off. Wind quite strong, blowing across the ground at the moment. A little unfortunate that Simmons had to expend that energy running in for nothing on that occasion. Bale set again, and we're off for the first ball of his second over. Jagisar looked good in the first innings. Got a life relatively early when it was put down as the ball went through between first and second slip. But ever since then, he looked composed, he looked compact at the crease. And he looks as if he would have been well set to come back here to start batting this afternoon. It was just one small lapse in judgment that it was undoing in the latter stages of yesterday. But for the majority of his innings, looked quite good at the crease. Bat was coming down nicely, timed the ball well. He's got an opportunity here to bat again. An opportunity to settle down and settle in again. I go back to saying that they have time. There's a lot of time still left in this match. From West Indies Academy perspective. Mentioned yesterday, the coach talked about the consistent and constant improvement of the boys. Edge found and catch taken. So playing away from the body, and Jagisar is the first man down. Just when I was talking about how compact he was in that first innings, just reaching at one. And it's interesting that that's how the first chance was put down in that first innings. Well, this time it went to hand. And Nico Boucher, yeah, he won't drop that. So Jagisar, he goes back for 6. It's 14 for 1. Just reaching away from the body, hands going away from the body. Yeah, just dragged in because of the angle of Simmons over the wicket. Could have easily left that one. Edge found, and Boucher takes a good, comfortable low catch. The first wicket down for the academy. And in the mind of Barbados Pride, they're hunting for 9 more.
Three overs. That one being Justin Jagisar on the wicket by Nico Boucher. Bowling from Ramon Simmons for 6. In at number 3, the captain, Teddy Bishop.
Outstrides now the captain of the West Indies Academy, Teddy Bishop. Didn't have the best of times in their first innings. Made just 9 from his 19 deliveries before being dismissed LBW by Matthew Ford. It's going to take some grit and some fight from the West Indies Academy. I think it's maybe 3 years now that Teddy Bishop has been around the academy setup. Just wondering, what has he learned across the time that he's been there? What can he apply to a situation like this? They have a mental skills coach. What has that mental skills coach been telling them about difficult situations like this? How do you mentally approach this type of a scenario? Because it certainly goes beyond the physical in a space like this. Certainly he's telling him maybe you could have left that one, Teddy. The end of a successful over. It's 14 for 1.
Change of order at the Joel Garden end is Jamar Eiffel for Matthew Ford.
A change now, as Jamar Eiffel now has ball in hand. Just 2 overs for Matthew Ford. Wasn't able to pick up a wicket in the first innings, Eiffel, so still hunting for what will be his first-class wicket. Operating in terms of just pushing that ball across Aki Mogis. A bit of space in that slip cordon because of the angle, thinking that the edge will go a bit wider, so first slip naturally is quite away to his left. So his second slip, and so is gully. Two of the more, if not the most senior batters at the crease now for the West Indies Academy. Changing his approach now and coming around the wicket. Slip cordon now makes the adjustment. Just a bit of shape on that delivery. Just straightened ever so slightly. We truly haven't seen much in terms of movement from the seamers with this pink ball or on this surface. Made it over to start for Eiffel. It remains 14 for 1. continues to look solid. Akim Ogis playing a few less shots than he did in that first innings, or the attempt at playing those shots, I should say. Now putting a man at short cover in front of him on the drive, because in thinking back to that first innings, quite a few balls were driven on the up by Ogis in the air through that area as well. Nearly sneaking back onto these stumps. Awareness though good from Ogis. You just wonder what is going through the minds of these youngsters under the pump. Once again, a situation that they faced when they played round number 1 at Coolidge versus Leeward Islands. Where the possibility of that 2-for-1 scenario exists for them. Another instance of having spent close to 2 days in the field and then being unable to put together something similar in terms of a batting performance, which forces an opposition side to be in the field for that type of length as well. Yeah, it certainly cannot be easy on them. Driven nicely by Ogis, overpitched. And gives up the chase now, Craig Brathwaite. Yeah, just simply waiting for a ball in his half. Just slightly overpitched from Simmons, you understand, in terms of searching, going looking for something to happen. Easily managed and navigated by Ogis. To get back to my question though, you just wonder, what will it take to change the fortunes of the West Indies Academy when it comes to the longer format of the game? This time he goes through mid-on. A valiant effort from Demetrius Richards. That is what you call commitment. Able to get 3. The end of that over, it's 22 for 1. But yeah, I think everybody looking on has that question when it comes to the West Indies Academy, because this is not necessarily the first season that have not found themselves in the best of positions. But you can find yourself in the best of positions when it comes to taking in the West Indies men's and women's action. This is the schedule for 2025, kicking off with the women in April 4th to 18th. That is going to be ICC Women's Cricket World Cup qualifiers. The men, they have a tour of the United Kingdom and Ireland May 21st to June 15th. And then Australia, they're coming to the Caribbean in June. And we'll get back to that after this. So lots of action in the West Indies men's and women's side of things. Pakistan are also going to be traveling across to the Caribbean. Don't forget, we just went to Pakistan, and that's where Andrew Mason enjoyed talking about what Warri Khan did with the ball. Pakistan come here in July and August. And then in terms of the women, they have a tour of England, a home series versus South Africa, and then it's on to the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup in India, and that's in September and October. So loads of cricket action to come. Many opportunities for you to support the West Indies side, whether or not you travel to a series or you find yourself in one of the Caribbean islands that they'll be playing in. Yeah, we look forward to what the West Indies men and women do in 2025. Glorious. No words to truly describe that one from Aki Mogist. Eiffel this time, the guilty party in terms of overpitching. A little bit of width as well on offer. And it's just the position that Ogist got himself into. And when you see shots like that, you come back to the questions in terms of the amount of runs that Ogist has been able to put up. Why aren't you seeing more? And that's where we go back to question, what needs to change maybe for the West Indies Academy, that we can begin to see better numbers being put up by these youngsters, especially with the bat. Good follow-up from Eiffel after being driven for 4. This is not me saying that the entire structure needs to be ramped or changed or anything of that nature, but just a case of what can be done to ensure that the guys who are in the academy are competitive when we look at the longer format of the game. We're seeing them doing well when it comes to the list A side of things, the Super 50. But too often we're seeing situations and scenarios where they're simply falling apart when it comes to the 4-day game. Do we need to start grooming 2 different sets of batches of youngsters in terms of a batch catered towards the longer format? This is just me speaking out the top of my head, by the way, so don't necessarily take this as gospel. But, separating and saying, okay, these are the ones being groomed for the longer format, these are the ones being groomed for the shorter format, based on certain talent indicators that we're seeing. What is it? Because we're always talking about improving, we're always talking about where we want to see these young men, but at some stage it needs to go past the talking stage. It needs to be a case of we're actually seeing it out there on the field, pegged as the next generation. And in my mind, the next generation needs to be competitive. And like I said, you don't expect that every single match, every single one of them will turn up and perform, but at some stage in every match, somebody needs to be performing. The end of that Eiffel over is 26 for 1. a lot rest on his shoulders as captain of the West Indies Academy, Teddy Bishop. Driven nicely, but can't get it past Richards. What is a very wide-ish mid-off. And naturally you expect that because of the angle of Simmons going across the right-handed batter. What's interesting though is that mid-on is also quite wide. To get it there has to be a shot from the bottom hand, controlling it to get it to that wide mid-on position. Both seamers for the Barbados Pride have started, in fact, 3 seamers used, so all 3 have been rather economical in how they've gone about their business in the second innings of the West Indies Academy. Gets on top of the bunks to close out that over. Maiden, it remains 26 for 1. Coaching staff expectedly looking quite relaxed at the moment. The only thing on their mind is with regards to execution, and can their boys execute the plan and pick up the 9 remaining wickets of the West Indies Academy. It's a good statement in terms of a rebound after that loss for Barbados Pride versus Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's so interesting that not many expected them to lose that encounter, especially looking at what transpired in the first innings. That's why they call cricket the game of glorious uncertainties. Because that second innings for the Barbados Pride simply fell away, and it contributed very little to the contest, and because of that, it resulted in an outright win for Guyana. But a statement being made here in round number 2. Execution continues to be the hallmark for Akeem Ogis. He's really enjoying getting on to that front foot. Gets a good stride in as well. Needs no invitation any time it's been over pitched. And every time he's been able to find the boundary. So he's ticking over nicely here at the start of this second innings. But still a long ways to go, and not necessarily in terms of the follow-on in terms of runs, but I'm talking about time. A lot of time to keep batting, Akeem. Just draws that length back a tad. You just see the gestures of Hakeem in terms of just that angle going across him. Looks a lot more composed than he did in the first innings. You would say almost forcing a shot or two in that first innings. Now just waiting and allowing that ball to come to him. On the other hand, Teddy Bishop just appears to be forcing it a little, not yet just found his groove. Spent some time at the crease in the first innings, and interestingly enough is batting some distance out of his crease as well. I just wonder if that's to counteract the LBW side of things. Talk a bit about it after this. The end of that Eiffel over is 33 for 1. Matthew Ford has been given a change of ends and is back into the attack now. Two men in front of the bat on the drive for Geese. Just feels for it outside of that off stump. You just wonder if those two men in front of the bat might just cause a change in thinking for him in terms of how confidently he goes for those drives now. A bit of a conversation between umpire Williams and Matthew Ford in terms of where he's following through. No official warning. But yeah, Ford naturally will be looking to pitch up the ball. What does Geese look to do? He's left that one now. Simply on line. There's that actual angle. Will take that ball away from him. And that's what Jagassar could have maybe opted to do. Because the left arm seamer was coming over the wicket to him, and that natural angle was taking that ball away from him, played away from the body, and it took the edge. Augusto opting now. Just allow it to pass by, and I think that's the better option for him. That patience factor of waiting for what would be the right delivery. Doesn't want to get drawn into a fault shot. 2 slips, and there's well a man at a backward point. Also opts to be a thickish edge. I would say beaten, but I would say played inside the line on that occasion. And that's the difference. You didn't see the hands reach out, go away from the body, and that's where the edge comes in to play. That was the undoing of Jagasar. Got across, but hands simply went away from the body when he realized that he wasn't there. Augusto kept the hands close to the body. A bit of a misfeel from Simmons allows them to get the 1. And Matthew Ford stared in disgust, and understandably so, because just a bit of pressure was beginning to build up. He just wondered if you might get a loose shot from Augusto on the drive, maybe trying to feel for one more. And just those small moments that allow a team to get a breakthrough. And instead, it's Bishop, to face up to the man that dismissed him in the first innings. And I talked about where he's batting now. I'm going to see if he can do the same thing to Ford in terms of the distance out of the crease. But in that first innings, was trapped. Yeah, not coming forward. Once more, Bishop finding the outside edge. That's his first boundary. So 4 runs to close out the over. It's 38 for 1. This is what we saw a lot of in that first innings from Bishop. We're never truly getting forward at any stage. And on this occasion, the outside edge brings the 4. But it's also what brought about his downfall as well. I was questioning, the position in which he's standing now in terms of just slightly out of the crease. Because he was trapped in that first innings because of hanging back on that back foot. And I mentioned it makes him that LBW candidate because his hands can't naturally get around in that position to cover the pads. I'm not trying to sound like I'm this big coach, having played 100 tests maybe, but you think maybe something that one of the coaches could look at in terms of where he plays the majority of those balls from, especially for the seamers, especially on this type of surface as well. That reluctance to get forward puts him in some very awkward and difficult positions, especially when it comes to his balance. Lovely drive from Bishop all along the ground. And chase on for Brathwaite. He gets that ball now. But even there, you recognize no real full stride into that one either. batting maybe a foot or two outside of his crease, Teddy Bishop, and that will definitely put a thought into the mind of the umpire. You see umpire right there actually looking up this guy on that occasion. Things starting to get a little overcast here at the Oval. Yeah, batting that far out of the crease, the umpire always has to ask himself with regards to the distance that the ball still has to travel to the stump, and just even placing that additional doubt into the umpire's mind could work in his favor. Gets it all wrong. Eiffel, too much work to be done by Boucher. And it's 5 wides. It was always heading down that leg side on the angle. Just wonder if maybe, because you saw a little bit of assessment being done in terms of where that foot was landing, if it just didn't land correctly, and because of that, the ball didn't come out in the manner that he wanted it to. It's the last ball of this over to be rebowled by Eiffel. There's where you get excited as a bowler, seeing the manner in which Bishop bats. Well, brings us to the end of that one. It's 46 for 1. It's 4 to continue. As I say, good afternoon to Andrew Mason.
Good afternoon, Joel. Well, we see Ford from the southern end. In fact, in the first innings, he bowled all of his overs from the northern end. Has been quite economical in this match. Seems to be the type that you would have as a holding kind of bowler, one that would maybe bowl 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. That kind of a bowler that would support some terrier fast bowlers at the top. Kim Maguise is a solid left-handed batsman, 26. Teddy Bishop, the captain, 9. Fortunate to have been given leg before in the first innings. Trailed by his, well, but you look at 296 runs, so a lot of batting to do here. Eiffel has bowled 4 overs. Ford at his 4th. One would imagine that the spin will come soon. Sham Holder was brilliant, picking up 6 wickets in the first innings. A little bit closer to the off stump, but still not close enough to influence the batsman to play a shot there. In terms of the pitch, Joel, we are, of course, looking forward to the last day tomorrow. Has it still played pretty well to you?
Yeah, you would say the pitch is still played quite well when you think about the dismissals for the West Indies Academy. Quite a few could have done a lot better. It's one of those situations where you say that majority, in the end, when you look back, probably just gave away their wicket. Barbados probably, yes, bowled well in that first session. Kudos to Shem picking up another 5-wicket haul, but you think about how hard he had to work for some of those wickets. Yeah, it wouldn't have been his hardest day at the office. So when you look back at a West Indies Academy perspective in terms of what some of the batters did, even let's go back to the beginning with Jedediah Blades and the fact that he batted the first 3 overs nicely, and then all of a sudden a couple oohs, a couple ahs, and then the big shot came out and he was dismissed. And that pretty much just started the slide for them in terms of batters who just simply played shots that they didn't need to play to any situation. The end of that over is 46 for 1.
So talking about spin, we're going to have Warkan coming to the attack. He normally bowls from the northern end or the Joe Garner end. Got a bit of caning towards the end as Bishop and McKenny Clark really took him to the cleaners. Eventually got Clark. So despite that burst of runs, when you look at overall, Barbados are very much in control, and you would think should be better than odds-on favourites to win this. But cricket is a funny game. Captain Bishop is on 9, 17 balls he's faced. Solid right-handed batsman. So here's Warkan with his first ball of the second innings.
It will be a very tricky period here. Just roughly a bit more than an hour left in this session before we get to that dinner. You just wonder, how do they go about playing the spin now? Warrican and Shem Holder more likely will be introduced at some stage before dinner. These were the 2 bowlers that were effective in that first innings. A bit of damage to the fingers of Jamel Warrican. It's the left hand as well that took the blow on that occasion from Teddy Bishop. Using his feet. And I think it actually carried on the full as well to Warrican. Not sure he wants to put that down as a drop chance, but As he looks down the pitch, there's quite a bit of rough outside of the left-handers off stump. He might look to exploit that.
It's got a very interesting field here. There's the forward shot, but then there's a backward point about 10 meters inside the boundary. Short backward square for that little paddle. Very well bowled. Good control there by Warkan to end the over. 47 for 1.
There's also time for some drinks here. The first hour of this session completed.
We have a refreshment break with the West Indies captain Innings. 47 for 1 on 13 overs. Akimo East on 26 television. 10.
So the Academy 47 for 1. 13 overs gone. Former Barbados on the 19 fast bowler. Hendy Wallace joins me. Hendy, how do you read it now? Better than a second time being asked to follow on.
Well, at least they're putting up a fight. Just lost the 1 wicket. And I think that they really want to preserve the wickets as close as possible to the interval and then beyond. There's one more session after that. So I think so far they've played quite well. They've played with some purpose. They haven't really had to face the spinning threat. As such, the bowling combination of Warwican and Holder, as a fast bowler, is still in action. But I think that's really where the test will come, when the two are in tandem and the overs are going through so quickly with men around the bat.
Yep, I agree with that. So Ford will continue. The ball is the 5th over A whopping 291 runs, make that 295. The Academy trailing by. Here's Ford to Bishop. How's Ford going in this match? I mean, he opened the bowling, he started in the first innings from the northern end, switched to the south. Your impressions?
Not bad. Yeah, not too bad. I guess you have to respect the conditions. And to be fair, this pitch is not favorable to fast bowlers. But what he's done is to be mature enough to be a little bit on the patient side. A stifle appeal there. That's not sure what it might have been appealing for, unless there was a bit of bat involved as the ball lobbed up on the leg side. But Ford, who, to my mind, has excellent control of the seam. So it'd be interesting to, I don't want to get too far ahead, but to see him with the red ball. I'll see how he goes in the next game, if all goes well. But in this particular game so far, he was just steady.
So take me through the difference between bowling the pink ball and the normal red ball. The view is that the red ball is, of course, good conditions, 10 o'clock start, moving the ball around. What is it about the pink ball that you don't get the same kind of movement and assistance in broad daylight? We'll get back to that after this delivery.
I don't know if I can put the scientific reason, but the lacquer is actually different. So in terms of ball management, they seem to get a more favorable response in managing the red ball with the leather, the red that's on the leather, more so than the pink on the same sort of leather. So when that ball is managed well, and you see very often players trying to polish up one side of the ball, that then helps the conventional and reverse swing.
Well, none here for Ford. You'd say in Caribbean parlance, he's bowling through a pipe, really. The batsman, Bishop, had a day and a half to play that. No difficulty at all.
Now, if there was some assistance from the pitch with respect to lateral movement, it's got quite a good seam, quite a pronounced seam. So whether pink or red, it probably would make a difference if the pitch was seaming around. But you see Ford there just tossing the ball to the captain at mid-on, who takes on that responsibility of managing the shine on that ball. So you see them really working hard in trying to polish it. The shine doesn't stay for very long. So that's always been the challenge in bowling these pink balls.
And no problems at all for Teddy Bishop, who is a pretty organized batsman. 47 for 1, 14 overs gone. So, Warkan will continue. He'll bowl to the left-handed Ogis, who's got 26.
You see some rough marks outside the left-handers off stump. So ideally, Warwick would be looking to land some deliveries in that rough area. Now, interestingly enough, over the years, we found that the rough here at Kensington doesn't really provide a lot of variable bunks or assistance to the spinners for some reason. And that's one of the reasons why in recent times, like the last 3 or 4 years, it has not been as challenging to bat last on the pitch here. And O'Geese there in the approved fashion. We don't see this very often either, where the batsman is actually smothering the spin, and by that getting right over where the bat is angled down. The head is right over the ball. And you look at the angle of the bat as he plays defensively, so that's quite a good technique. Yeah, it's a little too straight to finish. So maiden over nonetheless, 47 for 1.
So 4 to continue. Suppose you can say he's doing the donkey work.
Well, he's certainly putting in the effort, really getting some miles in those legs. Now in his 6th over, none for 18. Just to slip in the gully for Bishop. Interestingly enough, to see that man at the short extra cover on the drive. Just there on the left of the pitch. Teddy Bishop does have a tendency to drive with a fairly upright position, and if the timing is not absolutely spot on, sometimes the ball does travel a bit in the air to that fielder just on the left of the screen, nearest the batter. And I think he's there for that uppish drives. There's some football skills from Matthew Ford. Don't know if he's a Manchester United fan like you, Andrew.
Well, they're playing Leicester at the moment. 26 minutes gone. No goals as yet.
And Vardy hasn't scored yet?
No. Vardy, what a player. What a player. Vardy, very quick indeed.
So O'Geese back on strike. So we spoke about having the catcher on the drive. You see here for O'Geese, there are 2 catchers now on the drive. So the key here now is whether the batter is confident enough to back his skills and his ability to still play the cover drive, to be in total control, to keep it along the ground, either away from the fielders or in the air in the gap. It's not much of a gap between the two. He's opted for defense, so 48 for 1.
So the Pride looking for success before the break. Of course, the Tour of Ireland, yes, indeed. Then, of course, there's a home series. 3 test matches, Australia coming. Barbados will host the first, and will be the 100th test match for their captain. So there should be a lot of action here. Of course, the Pakistanis are coming as well. A couple of matches in Florida, and then the Tour of England. So it's looking pretty interesting indeed. Lots of cricket being played. Certainly looking forward to the visit of the Australians in Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, and St. Kitts. Here's Warkan, who will be, I imagine, very much a part of the action when the Australians come.
And Bishop with that very languid style of his. Those long arms, he treats the bat like if it's a bit of a wand. So wristily playing that one down to long leg. Geese back on strike.
That's a lovely shot. Using his feet, getting the pitch, and driving down to a deepish mid-on for 1. Not often that you see the West Indian batsmen nowadays use the feet to the spinners. The 50's come on the board now for the academy. Still a mountain to climb here. They're in deficit by 292.
Yeah, once they occupy the crease, runs will come, and I think that would be the main focus for the academy batters. Not just to block, but to bat fairly normally, but there's no urgency required at this stage. Just love to see that. The old-fashioned specters are smelling the ball. That head goes right over it as he plays forward defensive.
I want to see my silly point. I need a silly point in there. Hendy coming forward in the eye line. It makes a difference. Come on, Warwick, get that man up at silly point. That's my favorite position.
Where'd you bring him from? Extra cover or cover?
Well, extra cover is to open that gap and allow him to just push forward. Now you see that, a silly point in there, he may be different in approach there. Sometimes you instinctively tend to go back with the fielder in front of you, but he survives. 50 for 1. So Ford, after a long spell, 6 overs in the trot, is going to be replaced by the man who destroyed the academy in the first innings, Shem Holder. Bowled very well, Hendy.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good spell from a good exhibition of off-spin bowling from Shem Holder. Spoilt a little bit at the end by the big hitting of Joshua Bishop, and it was a Clark at the end of the innings. A couple of big hits against him and Jamel Warrican. I think at one stage Warrican had 10 overs for 10 runs, and I think his last 3 overs probably went for about 50. So such was the hitting of the two last men at the crease. So Geese has to be a little bit more careful now with the ball spinning away from him.
Decides to use his feet with the silly point in position.
So what that does when he uses his feet and he gets to about maybe 6 to 8 feet down the pitch from the popping crease, then it takes the silly point out of the equation. And I think that Shem Holder should be encouraged by that. He should still be confident enough to look to spin the ball and slow it up, because then that brings the stumping into play. But this is good batting. Not explosive, but good batting. To see the batters using their feet to get down the pitch, but also using their feet to get back, to turn a good length delivery into a short ball. The bounce is still good enough that they can trust the bounce playing back.
Got a question for you. He was able to push it down to a deepish mid-off to get a single. Now, some captains would keep it tight and just cut that single out. But he was allowed to get a single with the fielder, really no man's land. It's interesting what some captains do. Mark Taylor, who in my view was the best I saw as a captain, would keep it very tight. I always enjoyed the battles against Lara. Field placing was, of course, of great importance. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. Through extra cover, that's gone for 4. Get into the pitch and a firm drive through the offside.
That was a half volley, so he really didn't have to go searching. He just got a good stride in and played it slightly inside to out against the spin, but get into the pitch, so it doesn't really matter. And beautifully played to the left of the mid-off fielder.
So Man United playing against Aston. No goals as yet. 35 minutes gone. Are you a Man United man, Hendy?
Well, regretfully, Andrew, I'm a Spurs supporter.
Are you Spurs?
So the whipping we got yesterday.
Oh, Mr. Blendman in the back leads a sports support
So
supporter as well.
We're still licking our wounds.
You've done that quite a bit this year.
This year? 2 decades.
Yeah. What influenced you to support Tottenham Hotspur?
Back in the 70s,
Right.
Ardiles and Vila and players like that.
Yep.
And you remember in Barbados, we used to get the Sunday Sports.
Yes.
The BBC.
Yeah.
Bit of turn there for Warwick. And yeah, back in the 70s, we used to get the Sunday Sports special. And Tottenham was, one of the attractive teams at the time in terms of the style that they played. So it's really from back then. Sweep shot. Andrew's second favorite shot. Second only to the reverse sweep.
Yeah. Well, I prefer the way Kanhai played it. Lovely shot. Using his feet, getting to the pitch, and able to get the single down to a deepish mid-on. Now, I'm going to challenge you as a captain. I'm going to have my fielder in at mid-on and stop that single. Would you do that as well, or you just leave it where it is?
To me, that would be the obvious thing to do.
Right.
The fact that they've pushed it back for O'Geese would suggest that there is a bit of history there.
Okay.
So they may know the player.
Okay.
And by having the fielder push back into deep, you then force the player, if he wants to take the silly point out of the play, he will have to use his feet and drive along the ground.
Right.
Now, if he mistimes it, then you bring the cotton ball into play.
Yeah, well said. That's why we hire you and pay you big bucks. He's down the pitch. When he gets there, he's lucky. That could have gone anywhere. He's beaten the flight. Very well bowled indeed by Warkan.
No, I think that supports the argument that you made
Right.
moments ago, because the two fielders are up, the
Oh,
mid-on and the
exactly.
mid-off.
Right.
And we suspect that Teddy Bishop was looking to go over the top.
Right.
And
Tempt him.
the head just went a fraction early. And luckily for him, the edge was found and kept it away from the keeper and slip.
Well, that's in the air.
He lost it in the
But
sun.
he lost it in the sun there. Wow, a chance. Up at that mid-wicket area. He's now saying that I lost it in the sun. It was not a good shot. In there for a long time. Looks like hold up there.
Well, it was in the air for a while, and we were just complimenting Ogis and how well he was playing the spin and keeping the ball on the deck.
Yep.
And out of the blue, that came. It was in the air for a while, and the fielder was about three-quarter way back. But the moment that he didn't charge in to meet it would suggest that he just didn't pick it up. And although he's wearing the sunglasses, oh no, he's not. So he's not wearing the sunglasses, but he would have been looking directly into the sun.
Brand
So
name as well, huh? Brand name. Yeah, he's going to come into bowl now. He just said to them, look, I lost it in the sun.
And I'm going to make it up to you now.
Yep, I'm going to make it up to you now. Have a look at this. Here we go. Yeah, he lost it. Shades are still on. So Shem Holder, the man who bowls so very well in the first innings, the off spinner from Spartan, local club, demoted. Yes, they used to play elite cricket. Now they're going to be playing first division cricket for the first time in their history. Of course, the club of Sir Wes Hall, David Holford, Tony Howard, Sullivan, Ben, Phil Wallace. Some big names there. Cammy Smith, the oldest West Indian cricketer alive. Shamar Brooks. And almost Handy Wallace. You played for Pickwick for quite a while. Why Pickwick, though? Any particular reason?
It was a long story, really. It was to do with my involvement in the Barbados youth team, having won MVP, but not being picked for West Indies under 19s.
What year was that?
It was 1982
And the tour was where?
to England.
To England. You think you should have gone?
Well, I was MVP of the tournament.
So the answer is yes. Outside edge found. Runs for the academy, runs for Bishop. You'll get 2.
Yeah, but the story behind that was that the award, etc., I had to stay behind in Trinidad to receive it, but I opted to come back to Barbados with the team. So it was Neil and Massey at the time, and after a few weeks, the award came through Geddes Grant. And at the time, the secretary of Pickwick was a manager at Geddes Grant, so I had some discussions with him about what transpired, and then I was still playing for the schools. So he asked if I was interested in playing for Pickwick. And at the time, there were some pretty popular names at Pickwick, like Adrian Grant and Clinton St. Hill and Raymond Denny. So to be asked to play for Pickwick, I was quite honored.
Well,
The rest is history.
Leicester scoring just before the break, Hendy, against Man United. Amron's job may be on the line. I think he's talking too much really in the press, really. So they've got a goal with 4 minutes to go before the break. Oh, they're Man United.
Lovely shot there from Teddy Bishop. Very wristy, the way he just snaps the wrist on the point of impact. Very attractive player, I must say.
Wow. Should have taken that, you think?
No, it was very well struck. I think he was beating for pace as well, because when he got his hand to it, or his hands to it, it was sort of past him. It was very well struck. You see the drive, so you see it's like sort of behind him when he got his hands to it, so it would have been a very difficult take. And he's quite good off his own bowling. So he probably will be disappointed, given that there was a chance the previous over in the deep, and he would have loved to have made amends for not making a bigger effort at the catch in the previous over from O'Geese. And O'Geese just living a little bit dangerously.
So this could be another defeat for Man United. Just before the break, surely got to get some more men round the bat. I would think so. Left-arm orthodox spinners in the Caribbean don't like to bowl with that silly point. They like to bowl with a forward short leg. Now he comes forward there, pushes up towards that mid-on area. I need to get that fielder inside there, right onto the bat.
I think the reason for the preference is with the arm ball going in and challenging the inside edge
Right.
into the pad. So that's likely to go towards the onside.
I see. I also think it's psychological too, you know. Of course. Psychological.
Agreed.
I agree with that. There are lots of theories about it, but I just think that generally aggression has gone out of a lot of West Indian cricket. That's too short. So they're into injury time now. Just 1 minute to go. Man United are behind. Amran is in trouble. They love him. The press, they like him. He talks a great deal. Yeah.
Well, being a journalist yourself, you know that.
Yeah.
You love people who,
who
want to talk, you let them talk.
Yeah, indeed. Interesting comments about Rashford. So the over comes to an end, 63 for 1. Well, just got a query as the players head off for the break. Will Man United join Spartan and be relegated? Oh my golly. We shall see.
Yeah, I think they've got enough points to separate them and the relegation zone at the moment.
You reckon?
Spurs are down there as well, so I know what I'm talking about. Holders bowled a lot quicker in this innings.
Yep.
I thought that the success he gained in the first innings from bowling a little bit slower, a little bit wider. Of course, he's very worried and of the driving ability and driving skills of Teddy Bishop. And I think that's why he's bowling such a straight line. But Bishop just taking advantage and getting it down to the There's a man there at the back was square, but he's just halfway back. So well played by Bishop. And that's the 50-run partnership as they touch gloves to acknowledge that. Off 108 deliveries, just what the Academy wanted and needs. 67 for 1.
Lovely firm drive, wide of mid-on for a single. In case you're wondering, Man United in 13th position, 24 points. Tottenham got 24. West Ham 24. Wolves 24. Ipswich Town, well, they're struggling. So what's going on there? That's firmly struck to the offside, too short. Southampton at the bottom of 9. Ipswich Town, well, they've got 16. So Man United in 13. Well, let's hope.
But that's an 8-point difference, isn't it, between them and the relegation zone. So 8 points is a lot of points to make up, you know, from the bottom.
From the bottom. Liverpool on 56, Arsenal on 50. Yeah. I think Barbados, they've missed a trick here, really. I just get the feeling it's just about hoping that something happens. You've got to make something happen, 69 for 1. So we're just about 9 minutes away from the break. And head coach Vasper Drakes and his team, manager Bowen is there as well, and assistant coach, former West Indies all-rounder Ryan Hines. Too short. In the air. Is that catch taken? Brilliantly. Absolutely fantastic. The long hop came along, and that was a stupendous catch taken by Holder. Wow!
Making amends for the misjudgment in the previous over. And there was Ogis getting back to take advantage of a delivery short in length and didn't quite get hold of it. Slightly missed time. And the fielder, Holder, who was in the mid-wicket position about three-quarter way back. Again, we make reference to the size of the boundary on that side. So he wasn't right on the fence. He was three-quarter way back, which was a good placement by the captain. And Holder really made good ground to come up with a very, very good catch. Just really proving that he's got good hands.
Yeah, it was a long hop. Now talk me through this, Hendy Wallace.
Well, it's slow, it's short, and I think it spun, so he actually wanted to hit it a little bit further in front of square. And with the turn, he ended up bringing it closer to square. So if you look at it here, when he goes very deep in his crease, he picks the length well. I think he wants to hit that ball a little bit more to the left of the fielder coming in here. The spin brings it more towards Holder or within the range of Holder. And that's why he was able to make good ground and effect the catch. But ordinarily, that ball should have gone further in front of square for 6.
Maybe you should send us a WhatsApp message, an email. We had 2 great catches today, Wickham and Holder. Your pick for the best.
Wickham easily.
Wickham easily.
Yeah, 20-meter sprint. And when he caught it, it must have been less than a foot off the ground.
Okay, Wickham easily. All right. Tell us, what do you think about that? Really great catches. Now Rivaldo Clark comes to the crease. And the news flash, the silly point is in. Here's Warcan. And that's not a good delivery. No problems at all to flick it to my wicket for 2. And may even contemplate the 3rd.
Wouldn't recommend it.
No. Yeah, the length was wrong. It was too short and it was too straight and the leg stump bipped away by a very busy, very wristy player in Rivaldo Clark. Thought Barbados bowled pretty well to him this morning, kept him quiet. Forward from the northern end with a mid-off and mid-on, very tight mid-wicket as well. And he was caught by the fielder up at that forward shot-like area. Richards. Barbados would love to get another scalp just before the break.
And you see the difference here between Clark and, let's say, Bishop in playing defensively to the left arm spin. Clark playing with fairly hard hands and pushing the ball out to extra cover.
And that's a much better delivery. A little bit wider, making the batsman stretch for it.
But you notice as he plays the shot how he's jabbing at the ball. Whereas with Bishop and to some degree O'Geese, when playing defensively, they get into position and allow the ball to hit the bat.
So we're getting a coaching lesson here from a man who's done lots of coaching in Ireland, 21 years, I said 18. Henry Wallace. Last ball of the over. A little bit short, but a little turn as he went on the back foot. The end of a successive over from Warken, an over in which he got the wicket. And a very good wicket as well for a batsman who was pretty well set. And at the moment, as we head towards the break, the supper break, it's 71 for 2.
Changing gloves there for the Academy's captain, Teddy Bishop. The umpire was keeping a close eye, obviously trying to ensure that there was no time wasting. Shem Holder to continue.
Yeah, surely just before the break, batsman just looking to survive. I just think there needs to be more aggression in the field place. And I know people get upset with me when I say it all the time, but I just think, just before the break, in the old time days when you played for Pickwick, people would be chirping. Somebody at forward short leg, somebody at silly point, say, you can't bat, man, and clapping away. That's what I miss in cricket. Just before the break, you got the long on, well, deepish mid-on, covering the boundary, whitish mid-off. Get some men round the bat, Mr. Holder. Yeah. Even if it's just psychological. He just come to the crease as well, Rivaldo Clark. Of course, it's Bishop who's batting. Seems to be a pretty organized batsman, Bishop. Seems to have some time to play the ball as well.
Yeah, very languid in his approach.
He's going to get a single there because the fielder at that extra cover area, more mid-off has to come across to extra cover, and Eiffel from the boundary has to come in. It's my view that because captains generally in the world are so defensive, that's why so many runs are scored. The off-spinner nowadays doesn't bowl with the square leg anymore, he bowls with a backward square. Lance Gibbs always had that backward square in with Sobers in the hip pocket and forward short leg as well. And what's interesting here is that as the over comes to an end, the new batsman has come to the crease. He just faced, a couple of balls, and yet there's been no change to the field. 72 for a loss of 2. Supper is just around the corner.
– 72 for 2 following on. That target, obviously, there's still a deficit of 270.
So mountain to climb. Maybe sometime they'll be saying with many rivers to cross. I can see clearly now like Jimmy Cliff, but that's a long way off. Here's Warcan to bowl. What could be the last over before the break? And that's a bad delivery and put away. 2 backward square, that's gone for 4.
And for me, that's the strength of Teddy Bishop. We spoke about his front foot play, but see how quickly he got onto the back foot. It was a shortish delivery, but by going deep in the crease, he turned it into near enough a long hop and was able to, he didn't quite get the arms fully extended, but he was able to actually swing it in front of square for 4.
He's down the pitch when he gets there. Lot of bat, that's another boundary. Well played, Bishop.
I just get the impression that he may have expected Warwican to try to compensate for the short ball and maybe try to get it a little bit fuller. Bishop anticipated that, and it looked to me like if he moved quite early, expecting a fuller delivery, and got down the pitch to get it on the full. Good batsmanship.
I agree. Another sweep. I like him. Looks a good player. Got leg before in the first innings. Thought he was unfortunate to have been given. That's all part of the game.
I support your point, with a new batter coming to the crease, that there's no apparent change. And I think, the intensity of just to appear as if you're doing something differently can have a psychological effect. And I have to agree with you on that one.
Push away down towards that mid-on there. They get a single.
Clark is very busy, isn't he?
Very busy. I think he got Wickham napping there as the ball was firmly struck down towards that mid-on there. There's Wickham. Got to get some runs, Mr. Wickham. Highly thought of. Many people feel that he's got the ability to go all the way.
Yeah, I reckon that if he continues in the vein that he has suggested, he's the next best thing.
Yeah.
Next big thing for West Indies.
Yeah, very good player. Last delivery is a very good one. Beaten in the flight as the over comes to an end. So 82 for 2, 25 overs gone.
See umpire White just running over to square leg now. When the sun was with us, he was forced to position himself at point, but it's a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, so he's gone into the conventional square leg position.
Well, Clark, who's batting, was snapped up at forward short leg by Richards in the first innings, and he's there waiting. What a good shot. What a good player. That's gone down to long off. 4 runs.
It's a bold shot. I wonder if the fielder was at long off if he would have tried that shot. So you see, it was a deliberate attempt
Yep.
to hit it over the top. So the invitation is there.
Yep.
And Clark accepted. No change in the field on this occasion. So Craig Brathwaite keeping the mid-off in position.
So maybe he's tempting Clark. We shall see. And you know, sometimes that silly point is all about the psychology of the game. The ball may not be doing anything at all. But just the presence of someone in front of you. And I've seen several batsmen get out, maybe going back, out leg before, bowled, or even going for a big swipe and be caught down at long off or long on. Too short. Not away with that. Holder. Then has not been the best in this over. Shem Holder. In pretty good batting conditions. We haven't seen any deliveries keep low. No great purchase for the spinners. Good stop. Very well done by Holder. Prevented a single. He's good to his own bowling. There's no question about that. So another over comes to an end. 26 gone now. And the academy, with the captain firmly entrenched, they're 87 for 2.
Well, I think you have to admire the approach of the academy batters. They are playing with some purpose. It's not ultra defensive. It's accurate stuff. Solid defense from Clark. Can he do it for 6 consecutive deliveries? Or will he feel he has to free the shackles?
That was given lots of air there, tempting the batsman.
Brathwaite would be happy how things have gone so far. The arm ball on that occasion. Not looking to spin it away from the batter. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too short for Warwican.
That's a good delivery.
Beautifully played.
Very well played as well. So, 87 for 2. So hold up. decides to go round the wicket now to the right-handed Bishop.
Interesting decision to go around the wicket. The slightly different proposition for the batter. So if he is getting some turn,
Now the backward point is going to move to the onside now. So we've got a leg slip, forward short leg, and a slip. Interesting.
so he really wants the ball to pitch on and spin back into the right-hander. So if he executes that well, it brings the leg slip into play, so he's just put in position there, left to screen, and the forward short leg. Crouching low there with the blue helmet.
What a shot. What a shot. Lovely player to see. Through cover, that's gone for 4.
Very well played by Bishop. Again, the line slightly wrong, a little bit too wide. It's wide outside off stump, so if anything, Bishop just really had to judge the length because it was quite full as well.
Looking pretty easy for these two batsmen. No challenges at all. 92 for 2. Somebody shouting in the background. Shem, go over the wicket and bowl. Challenge the off stump. Doesn't seem to be that buzz in the Barbados team. Players taking the time in getting in the fielding positions. Over the top, more runs for Bishop. Good shot indeed, positive. That's gone over mid-off, down to long off for 4.
Well, that one was floated up there by Warwick, nothing really on that delivery. The temptation was there. Bishop well set at this stage. Just a nice clean strike straight back over the bowler's head. This time the mistake is made. There's a chance for a catch. Oh, just got away from him. Never easy going over the shoulder. But you just felt that Drace could have done a bit better. Again, the temptation was there. Flighted delivery from Warwick. May have been a hint of spin as well. And Bishop looking to repeat the stroke On this occasion, the ball probably taking the outer portion of the bat, and a lucky escape there for him. Going for the lofted drive again. Temptation presented, and Drakes was just a little bit slow in getting back, to take the catch over the shoulder. It's very nice of Bishop to pick the ball up for Warwican.
Still a gentleman's game. Ooh, that hurts in a very sensitive part of the anatomy.
Maybe it didn't hurt. Yeah, he's probably. It's just a shock of whether they're still there.
And of course, there are 2 balls left in the over.
Well, once they left in the over, that's all right.
Indeed. Ooh.
Yeah. I can imagine the guys around the bat saying, "You should have fielded the ball, man. Get the hands to it."
Yeah. McCaskey. So 56 minutes gone. Leicester 1, Man United. Not a goal as yet, but they've had difficulty in scoring goals this year, Man United. That's played square. Runs for Clark. Will get 2 comfortably. Open to the face of the bat quite nicely. So another over gone. Good partnership of 30. Bishop and Clark doing a good job. And it's 99 for 2.
Not surprisingly, Shem Holder has opted to come back over the wicket. Seems like he wasn't convinced the experiment of bowling around the wicket was sustainable. Firm drive. Again, Holder showing that he's pretty good to his own bowling. With the drive like that, if the bat is not quite to the pitch, that could take the inner portion of the bat and come back to the bowler if he's shaping to play into the offside. Repetition.
Yep.
Shamholder obviously keen to bowl that tight line between middle and the leg stump. We've already seen how well Bishop can drive the ball through the offside. And that's a good over. Another maiden. Shamholder has now completed 7 overs, none for 26. And the Academy is now 99 for 2.
Hard work at the office for the Barbados Pride in the second innings, but it started that way today. But then after Clark got out, despite the efforts of the last pair, Barbados able to slice through with a Holder getting 6 wickets. Still very much in control, but would like to get a wicket or 2 before the break. Here's Warkan.
That one was slow turn. And Clark having no difficulty with that.
Actually had to wait in the ball as well. It was so slow. He's been given. He's been given. Might have been shot on the back foot there. We shall see. But the big wicket of Clark gone. Work on the man.
Well, I was keeping an eye on Warwican, who seemed to be disappointed that the ball was not taken at silly point, which would suggest that he felt there was a bit of bat onto the bat leg. It was a flighted delivery. Yes, it seemed as if it took the bat onto the pad.
So, what, leg before then?
Well, it wasn't taken, it wasn't caught,
Right,
so
leg before.
So it'll have to be leg before. That's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
interesting. We'll have a look at that again, of course. Yeah. Mr. Green will make sure that his guys there, headed by Mr. Blenman. But it was just before the break. Describe that to me, Hendy.
Yeah, we're coming forward. It looks to me like if it took the inner portion, it hit the inside edge onto the pad.
And not taken at
it wasn't taken at silly point.
So that means that he should not have been given out.
Yeah, I think that's an error.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear me. Oh, dear me. Man United, they've actually scored as well. So it's 1-1. Let's have a look at this, Hendy. Put on your glasses. Describe this to me, Hendy Wallace. Here we go.
So you see the batter goes forward here. We probably will be obscured by the forward short leg. So Warwican was in the appeal. The ball wasn't taken by the fielder at silly point. But it appears to me that the finger went up as the ball made contact with the pad. So it would suggest to me that the umpire did not detect any bat in that particular shot and gave it out LBW. Because it looked to me like there was some bat involved, but it wasn't taken by the silly point. So it's certainly not out caught.
Yeah. So yes, the umpire has given it. So I suppose the umpire reckoned there that there was no bat.
Yes.
No bat
Yeah,
involved.
I
But
think,
from what you were saying, you think there was some bat involved.
yeah, 100 yards away, it seems to me like if there's some bat, he's closer to the action than I am. But if you look at the reaction of the batter, not that you can always be guided by that, he was obviously disappointed. Well, so just the blow that the Barbados Pride wanted just before the interval, not so the Academy. So they now go to the break. They are on 99 for 3. We saw some good batting from the Academy early on. O'Geese at the top of the order, getting a couple of boundaries early on. And Jagisar, he sort of joined in, but chasing a wide delivery from the left arm quickie. O'Geese looked quite accomplished at the start of the innings. Played some lovely drives, some over-pitch deliveries. And Teddy Bishop, he came to the crease, looked his elegant self. Very fluent on the drive. And O'Geese not really detecting or negotiating a short ball, brilliantly caught by Wickham. Bishop continued in his positive frame of mind, taking the attack to the spinners. And Rivaldo Clark, he joined him, looking to continue from the first innings, while Bishop played all around the wicket. Bishop taking the attack to Warwican, accepting the invitation. And then just before the interval, Clark, being a judge, LBW, just on the stroke of the break.
Yeah, and that's a big wicket, Hendy, a big wicket indeed. He was the man that batted very well in the first innings. 99 for 3. How do you read the game now as we go into the final session?
Well, that's one thing the West Indies Academy would not have wanted at this stage, to lose that wicket. They would have been hoping to get into the interval with just 2 men down. Now with the third wicket going, the captain, Teddy Bishop, is looking quite good. But a new batter comes to the crease. We expect to see that the spinners will still have a role to play. It will be in the twilight zone, and we've seen that the captains are keen to go with their faster bowlers during the twilight. So I think it's a bit of a challenge for the batters now. If they'll do well to hang on for this evening.
And when we reflect on what has happened today, 581 for 9 made by Barbados. Despite some resistance, 239 by the Academy, 99 for 3. Certainly this last session is going to be of great importance to both teams.
Well, definitely. I think that the key here is that the pitch is still playing well. So there's nothing to worry about as far as the pitch is concerned. I think it's just that period of batting under the lights. We saw last evening that Rivaldo Clark played quite well. He's not there anymore. But what I'm saying is that his teammates can take some confidence from that display yesterday and the way that he played last evening, to say that it can be done. It may pose 1 or 2 challenges, but it can be done. And I think that's how the Academy should really look to treat it, with a positive mindset, not necessarily to go and bat aggressively, but the fact that you can bat on this pitch.
Yeah, so a mountain to climb for the Academy, 99 for 3, having made 239. Barbados with a mammoth score of 581 for 9 declared. We'll take a break and come back in about 35 minutes. Please join us then.
We get ready now for the final session of play here on day number 3. West Indies Academy resuming on 99 for 3. Rivaldo Clark falling on the stroke of dinner. And the over now to be completed by Jamel Warrican with just one delivery left. Colin Boyne Tuckett is the new batter for the West Indies Academy. Barbados in search of 7 wickets. The Academy in search of survival. Over completed. It's 99 for 3. Well, the spin of Shem Holder will continue from whence he left off just before we went to dinner break. Bowling from that Malcolm Marshall end. Picked up a 5-wicket haul in that first innings, and now looking for his first in the second. Good work being done on the boundary. Teddy Bishop continues to growing confidence at the crease. Has played quite a few lovely shots, especially through that cover region. That too brings up the 100 for the West Indies Academy, 101 for 3. But he's looked different as he's gotten into his innings. Teddy Bishop was feeling for it at the start, not getting into good positions. Now he's starting to flow a lot better. Just 2 away from a half century now. It'd be his first of this season. It will be his 4th half century in first class cricket. Should he be able to reach that mark, Teddy Bishop? That opens up the account for Boyne Tuckett. And behind it to close out that over, it's 103 for 3.
103 for 3, 32 overs. The 100 for the Academy coming in 132 minutes of 188 balls, 14 fours.
I have the pleasure of being joined by Roland Butcher to help us go through the early exchanges of this final session of day number 3 A position of 103 for 3 rolling. But there's been a standout thus far in Teddy Bishop. What have you made of the innings here in comparison to his first innings?
Yeah, I think he's batted pretty well in this innings. He was just fashioning a partnership there with Val Clark just before he got up, before the break. So yeah, Bishop's played pretty well. He's looked quite composed. He's looked quite positive. He's played well.
Having to move around to the left, Jonathan Drakes. And in the end, it turned out to be a comfortable single. Brings Bishop back onto strike now. Deep backward square leg. Goes towards the boundary. Mid on drops back to long on. Skipping slightly low on that occasion. We've seen 1 or 2 from Jamel Warrican. Just slide on, not really get up. And that will be 50 for Teddy Bishop. A well-deserved half-century for the captain of the West Indies Academy. They're applauding. That's the start to hopefully something bigger.
Yeah, it's very well played by the young man. Just that will do his confidence a lot of good. Certainly do the team a lot of good. Still a long way to go. Much fighting to be done, but showing a little bit of resistance. That's good.
Yeah, that's simply what we're hoping to see from this academy side. Resistance. You're looking to see some form of competitiveness from them. Teddy Bishop putting up his hand as skipper and just steadying the ship, so to speak, at the moment. We need to form another partnership, though. Can Bowen Tuckett play that role? Can he support his captain? And listening to those who've gathered as spectators this evening, quite a few offering some comments. Slap straight back. Couldn't get a hand on it, is Shem Holder. He's played a few lovely strokes back down the ground, Teddy Bishop.
Yes, he's been not afraid to go down the ground when the ball has been given a little bit of air. It's quite a safe shot. He's not going across the line, and the ball is just hitting straight through the line. There's no turn, so it's quite a safe shot.
I was just mentioning that there were a couple who were offering some pointers to Shem, and it was with regards to the pace that he's been bowling in this second innings. Looks considerably faster than how he started in the first session today.
Yeah, he's been much too fast today. I think Shem Holder, he's got too much revs on the ball. He hasn't allowed the ball to go up and down. It's just a flatter trajectory.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder what changed between earlier this afternoon with ball in hand. Seemed to be a lot slower, seemed to be spotting a lot better as well. And now into this second innings, just things quickening up a bit, a lot flatter as well from him, not getting the same type of purchase that he was getting when we started play earlier. Up pitch for some time, but safe as it passes Richards at short leg. A single to complete it. 6 in the over. 111 for 3.
Shem Hall in this second innings, I think his ball just too fast. He hasn't allowed the ball to get up in the air. Obviously, there's no spin, but he can still try and deceive the batter in the air, or get it up above the eye line. But he's been very, very flat.
At 111 for 3, you might be probably asking yourself, where have you heard that before? Well, that's a total that we started this morning with for the West Indies Academy. I was just about 3-4 overs into the day that things start to fall apart for them. So we're hoping it's not a situation of the same, because we said at 111 for 3 starting today, it was a platform upon which they could have built something off of. A bit of turn for Warwick there. Runs for the academy truly only coming in the back end of things, outside of what Rivaldo Clark would have done. Joshua Bishop, in partnership with McKenny Clark, putting on some runs in the back end of that innings. Well, you can say they've got a second bite at the cherry, and things taking a familiar path for them is just to build. And it goes back to what the coach mentioned in terms of every opportunity. What are they doing to progress? What are they doing to build on what they've done before? Considerable difference when we look at the pace comparison between Warwick and Shem Hold, and the fact that, referring of course to this second innings, just allowing that ball to hang just a bit more. The end of that over, it's 113 for 3.
Yeah, the tactics used by Warwick is that he's not trying to bowl people out. He's just keeping it tight, keeping it there, and really waiting for the batter to make a mistake. I think Shem is forcing the issue. He's actually trying to get the batters out, but Warwick has decided, well, this is a good pitch, so I'm just going to keep it tight and let him make the mistake.
Bowen Tuckett has called for the helmet, and that's because pace is coming back into the attack now. So Shem Holder has completed his spell, according to the captain, Craig Brathwaite. Glorious sunset in Barbados, just at the back of that Greenwich and Haynes stand. Ramon Simmons now is the new bowler from that Malcolm Marshall end. Picked up the first wicket of the first innings and the first wicket of the second innings as well. Can he come back strong here for Barbados Pride? It's been some time since we've seen pace in this innings from the Barbados Pride, so hands naturally now have to begin to adjust for Bishop. And the good thing about it is that he's well set now at this stage, because he was struggling when he first came to the crease, getting into some awkward positions, but at this stage he's seemingly flowing quite nicely. Work to be done for Warwick Canada. A very whitish third man. Bowen Tuckett looked good for some time in the first innings until he was dismissed after bowling of Shem Holder. But he was very comfortable to the Pacers in that first innings. Kevin Wickham just throwing it back, and Boucher unable to get his body behind it. Means that they come through for two. Good awareness by Teddy Bishop to call through Bowen Tuckett on that occasion. Finds the gap in that offside field. I mentioned that he looked comfortable to the Pacers, and it continues for Bowen Tuckett.
Yeah, just too wide. Not a lot of protection on the offside, so nicely put away.
Seven runs in the over, 120 for three. You just wonder if the academy batters were able to apply themselves in that first innings, what the situation could have been like for them here at 6:21 p.m. on day number 3.
Yes, well, the tail is pretty long, and really was that last wicket partnership that made the innings a little bit more respectable.
Nearly sneaking through, finding himself in a very awkward position. Bowen Tuckett going forward, having to come back. Narrowly survives 121 for 3.
Yeah, Bowen not playing with a straight bat, ended up with a horizontal bat, ball sliding on a little bit straighter, and it could have been all over.
Slightly misjudging the length on that occasion, Bowen Tuckett. Just a quick word between skipper and bowler and Craig Brathwaite. You had a whitish mid-on, having a quick chat with Simmons. At long last, the stand of Teddy Bishop has come to an end. Feathers an edge through, and Boucher collects another one.
Yeah, just a very uncertain prod there by Bishop. Probably half in mind to leave that one, but ended up just pushing the bat away from his body. Gets an edge, Boucher clings on, he's got to go, so Simmons gets the breakthrough. And right into the middle order now of the Academy's innings. So what will Barbados do for the rest of the evening? That could be a vital breakthrough.
Certainly a very important breakthrough there, as Teddy Bishop was looking set at the crease and looking good for some time. But I did mention though with the seamer coming back on, hands having to move a lot quicker. I just felt as if, just lazily, just feeling for that one. Teddy Bishop playing away for the body, hands going away. And just feathering an edge through to Boucher. Needed a double grab to hold on in the end. But that certainly is a big breakthrough for them. So the tactics of Captain Craig Brathwaite working, bringing back his left arm seamer and getting the breakthrough. A new batter for Wesley's Academy is Movendra Dindayal. Played a few shots in the first innings. My biggest question was always, how many shots could you play? And how long could you play them? He's once again got time here at the crease.
Guess it's all about getting a start. That's the important thing. Get yourself started, get the body moving, get used to the pace of the pitch. And just playing it a wide delivery again.
Seems to have a little pep in his step now. Ramon Simmons after that one, his second wicket of this innings. It's been a relatively decent match for him. 3 slips now and waiting behind India. Yeah, that wicket has certainly turned things up a notch or two for Simmons.
Yeah, and India very slow with his footwork at the moment. Those 2 deliveries. Just looking as if he's going to give some catching practice to those slip fielders.
Put down. It could have been 2 in the over. Slashing in that one wide of the off stump. I did say he was enjoying playing a lot of shots in that first innings.
Yes, so Roy Kent. I think when Roy Kent looks back, he'll think that he should have held on to that one.
Gave himself a second chance, Warwick Kent. It was going away to his left, his stronger side, in fact, and just couldn't hang on. Would have been a brilliant over there from Simmons.
Yes, that just would have finished off a very good over where he's beaten the bat on a number of occasions, picked up a wicket, and then that drop catch off the final delivery.
Barbados Pride, no hunting. The final 6 wickets of the West Indies Academy. 2 men in front of the bat, 2 slips. And Warwick Kent with ball in hand. Looking to pick up a 3rd in this innings. Uses the feet, and he's not been successful using the feet, Bowen Tuckett, so far in this innings.
His head wasn't nowhere near the ball, just down the wicket and swinging, really.
Yeah, doesn't seem too confident in playing Jamel Warwick Kent.
Yeah, he looks very nervy. He's not prepared to. He's not trusting his defence. He thinks he's got to get those fielders from around the bat. Yeah, and if you're not going to trust your defence on a pitch like this, which is good for batting, it's not spinning and bouncing. What are your plans going to be when you get into that situation where the wicket is turning and bouncing? Yeah, it's got to do more of that. Just get out and defend.
Another maiden over from Jamel Warrican. It stays at 1-1 for 4.
Yes, Warrican now has 2 for 31.
Simmons once again bounding in to Dindale, who's yet to get off the mark. But that is no real concern. What's of concern is when that ball is pitched up and wide of that off stump, what does he do? So far he's felt for it, played at it, been dropped at point. 3 slips in waiting. There you have it. What's he going to do when that ball is pitched up and wide of the off stump?
Very loose shot. Hands going way away for the body. Ball not really pitched full enough to be driving. All he's going to do is edge one towards those 3 slips or the gully. Simmons just needs to continue bowling in that area.
Another edge found, another catch taken. You saw it coming from a mile away. That's 3 now for Simmons.
Yeah, that was always on the cards. I mean, Dindy was looking to give catching practice. No idea where his off stump is. Anything wide of the off stump. Not sure what to leave, what to play at. His way of doing it was to play at every ball. Sooner or later, you're going to get an edge, and he did. Didn't take too long.
That's half the side down now for the West Indies Academy. Just that angle going across Dindial, proving to be a problem once again, playing away from the body, similar to the dismissal of Teddy Bishop. This time, the Nico Boucher just needed 1 chance to take it. Dindial goes without scoring. It's 121 for 5.
So Lamar Simmons gets a 3rd wicket. The West Indies Academy lose their 5th. Lydia caught by Boucher. Simmons no score. 171 for 5. 38.3 overs.
New batter for the West Indies Academy is Joshua Bishop. The batter that got 57 and not out from 26 deliveries in that first innings and brought a measure of respectability to the total. Find himself in a similar situation to what they were in when we started play today. Does he go in similar fashion to how he did in that first innings? All guns blazing. Does he slightly change the approach? Only time will tell. And the thing about it is that we've got a lot of time still left in this match. Field remains the same. 3 slips in waiting. Simmons bungs in, looking for another. It looks as if Bishop is going to pick up where he left off that first innings.
Bit ambitious that first ball really for Bishop there. You know, if he keeps playing like that, he will perish the same way as the others in that slip cordon. Just come in, have a look at it first, try and judge where your off stump is.
Well, a slight change in the field now. A man going back. And I think it's going to be almost like a fly slip. Almost. It's simply because of how hard Bishop is going at the ball, expecting a thick outside edge to fly over that slip cordon. That fly slip could come into play. Crunched. Oh my, Joshua Bishop, you should be batting at 3.
That's a better shot of a man in form, but the key to that was the length. It wasn't full as the others to bring Bishop on the front foot, so he was able to have some time, stand up on the back foot, too short, and gets on top of the bounce, and super timing.
Well, he's prepared to fight fire with fire, Joshua Bishop. He will not go down wandering here tonight. There are some around who are probably wishing that he can entertain, like how he did when the sun was beating down earlier. The entertainment continues, and it's brought to you by Joshua Bishop. The end of 40 overs is 129 for 5.
Yeah, another good shot by Bishop. This time hitting this one through extra cover. And successful over by Simmons, but 2 boundaries. You wouldn't mind that, because once he's playing that shot, you've always got a chance to get the wicket as well. And even if you go for 2 boundaries, it's not going to make a huge difference to the total.
Jamal Warrican will continue. I think the contest that we're looking for after this is a contest between Warrican and Bishop. Bishop seemingly taking a liking to all that bowl at him here today. Just fractionally short from Warrican, getting deep into the crease. Bowen Tuckett and puts that one away. Given his height, he's able to pull from much lower, and a few other batters are able to. Bowen Tuckett. Goes much further this time, Jamal Warrican. Gets deep into the crease again and gets elevation this time. A couple bounces and into the rope to end that over. 137 for 5.
That's a good shot to finish the over, just rocking onto the back foot. But still a lot of batting to be done.
Once again, if you see that length, or rather the height at which he pulled that one from, not many batters who are taller than him can get that low to get the elevation required on that as well. And I don't mind the positive approach at all. It's just a case of being selective in it. So far working for Woyntucket, so far working for Bishop. It's not a case of looking at some of the other batters and saying, well, they're playing shots, something's wrong with playing shots. It's a case of choosing the right deliveries, understanding the risk involved in certain deliveries as well. Simmons to continue. Feel no spread a bit more because of the manner in which Bishop is playing.
Still can't understand, Joel. Bishop's played 2 shots to the offsides for 4. The deficit is still a big one. Why would you want to have a guy on the boundary? When and which means that you've taken a man out of the slip. So let Bishop drive. You know, he may hit a few for 4, but Simmons is in good rhythm. So he could easily get an outside edge.
It's actually quite surprising that they haven't opted to go with 3 slips for Woyntucket. 2 slips, and the man had a very wide gully position. And well, in fact, they know a little better than me because it's gone to that man, that extremely wide gully position.
There's no need for a third man, Joel. That third man should come in to make the 3rd slip. You've got 3 slips in the gully. Your seam is bowling well. He's in good rhythm. He's just nicked off a couple of batters. He's had a drop catch. He's gone past the outside edge a couple of times. You've got to go for getting wickets, not run saving. Third man is wasted.
That's something that maybe 1 or 2 batters previously could have done. Picked up the line of the delivery early and left it alone simply on line, because we've not seen anything truly straighten or come back in to the right-handed batters.
No, primarily the chances have been created by the ball that goes across the right-hander. Very few of the batters to date against Simmons in this second spell has decided to leave those deliveries. They're just playing at all of them.
Clipped away, no protection out there. Just a bit too straight from Simmons, and it's a boundary for Tuckett.
Yeah. You'd like it there all day because you've got slips in place. Leg side field is not very strong, so anything around middle and leg is easily clipped away.
leave that one to close out. Over number 42, 142 for 5. All the battle we've been waiting on. Yes, Bishop facing to Warrican. And Bishop a little earlier took him to all parts of the ground. Tries to go again. And it flies past for a slip. Should probably come back for the second. Captain Craig Brathwaite unable to hold on to that one.
Attempted big drive by Bishop. Very thick edge.
As expected, tuck it back on strike. And the field comes in, gets quite tight. Opting to change the approach. And Jamal Warrican now coming left arm over. And also ask a man to go back towards that deep mid-wicket boundary.
Well, with no deep square leg, Tuckett should be looking to sweep anything around leg stump.
He actually puts a man back. Square leg now. McCaskey comes to leg slip. Richards remains that short-legged. There's that sweep shot you were talking about, and it's effective for him.
Yes, really, Warrican allows him to that option of shot. Very difficult for him to get the LBW if he's going to be looking to be pitching that rough outside the leg stump. So it's a pretty safe shot to play the sweep.
.43 gone, 149 for 5. Well, a change of bowling now. Ramon Simmons has finished his spell. It's going to be Jamar Eiffel,
Jamar Eiffel.
the right-handed fast bowler, into the attack. On debut and still looking for his first-class wicket. Sort of short and down the leg side, so not where his skipper would want him to be. Feel naturally slightly different to what Simmons was operating with. Just two men in that slip cordon now. Man back on the third man boundary, a cover relatively deepish. And regulation mid-off. And a whitish mid-on, a man at mid-wicket as well. Sliced him in half. So still a bit of pace about Jamar Eiffel.
I like the approach of Joshua Bishop. He goes on the attack all the time. He doesn't let the bowlers get on top of him, always looking to score.
One just dying as it went through to the Lidico Boucher. Something that we've seen across this match. But you would say thankfully from a batter's perspective, it's been nothing that has been wicket to wicket per se. It's kept that low. Majority of those deliveries outside of the right-handers off stump from this very Malcolm Marshall end have done a bit of that. Yeah, not getting it right. And again, there Eiffel.
So that's the 150 coming up for the West Indies Academy.
And that brings up the 150 for the West Indies Academy. 150 for 5. And their follow-on innings. The end of that Eiffel over, just the leg by in it. It's 150 for 5.
So at the end of the 40th over, West Indies Academy 150 for 5. 150 coming in 182 minutes. 264 balls, 22 fours.
So Barbados will be looking to push for victory. Just over an hour to go, 5 wickets to get. These two have done a good job so far. Here's Jamal Warkan to continue. Picked up 2 for 46 from his 16 overs. It's been a dominant performance by the Barbados team so far. Well, he really should be dominant, making pretty close to 600 runs in good conditions for batting, with a pink ball as well. Here's Warkan. With Bishop batting, he's got the long off and long on, mid-wicket as well. Well bowled. It's not a big turn of the ball there, but that certainly spun away and bounced and presented a big problem for Bishop.
Yeah, it's one of the few that actually has turned.
Wow, he's a lucky man. Should be Compton's lucky stars. We'll get away with that. The French cut or the Chinese cut. Take your pick.
Yeah, quicker delivery by Warkan, just skidding on. A player in lesser form than Bishop would have probably missed that or chopped it onto his stumps.
That was the faster, flatter one by Warkan. So don't be surprised if he tempts him with one given plenty of air. There we go.
And well played by Bishop, holding his nerve and defending.
Yeah, so 152 for 5. Carolyn Bowen Tuckett, who's Barbadian. His mother Sonia, I understand, is here watching. Now lives in Nevis. The wife of Carly Tuckett, who would have represented the Leewards and now a first-class umpire. She loves her cricket. In fact, she was interviewed on radio sometime today. Good to see the mothers involved in watching cricket. I know in Barbados, cricket is very much alive in this country. And speak to the spectators coming to watch the action. 3W's stand is the only one that is open. Of course, on the far side of the ground, you've got the Grinners and End stand and the Mitchell Hewitt stand as well. So here's Eiffel to continue. On debut for the Barbados team, yet to get a wicket. How is he going so far, Roland?
He's tried. I don't think he's been overly impressive. But
say that again.
I think he could have been given the new ball in the first innings.
I think so, yeah.
That would have perhaps settled his nerves.
Yeah. Plays for Gladiola in the local elite competition in Barbados. So that's the same club as Rivaldo Clark and Ashley Nurse, who is almost like the grandfather or the godfather. Take your pick up there. Club that is situated in St. Philip, deep in rural Barbados, at Rice's. That's too wide. Is he sharp? Is he sharpish? No.
Maybe in club cricket, but
you're naughty man, Roland.
No. He cannot be seen as a fast bowler.
What is he? Is he medium? Is he medium pace? Is he medium fast? Is he fast medium? Tell me.
Fast medium.
Fast medium. And you should know, having played the game at the highest level. That's a good in-swinger. But coming right into the line is Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Of course, his father's Carl Tuckett. I don't know where he is, but I'm sure he'd be watching his son. Athletic, though, for sure. No great pace. Stayed away down to third man, 4 single. Looks as if we may have to come back tomorrow. But I would think that Barbados should, and the operative word here, should go on to win this.
Well, even if they don't get any more wickets today, they'll have all day tomorrow to get 5.
Weather permitting. Of
Weather
course, with
permitting.
climate change, anything can happen. Oh, that kept low. Very low indeed. He's a lucky man.
Yep, survives, ball keeping low on the back foot and drinks. And you're talking about the weather, but your mate Andrew says there's no such thing as climate change.
Well, I suppose that's what got him elected. Of course, we're talking about a good friend, Donald Trump. So 581 for 9, Barbados. Doing an extremely good job. Their captain leading the way with a double century. John Drake's got 100 as well. And then it was the very good performance from the off spinner, Shem Holder, 6 wickets. And batting the second time, being forced to follow on. The Academy, 153 for 5. So after a longish break, we're just about to resume. Work on. Lots of air. Oh my, oh my. Drake's up at mid-off. I would have taken that. Thrown up in the air, straight to mid-off, in and out. Naughty, Mr. Drake's. Hendy Wallace joins me. Look at that, Hendy. You would have caught that. Oh my golly. Oh my golly. Oh my golly. Hello, Hendy.
Oh, yes.
Oh yes.
Sorry. Oh, no.
Oh no. Wonder what this
Yeah, you can't put that down.
I
So,
wonder what his teammates would say to him. I mean, that's bad. That's very bad indeed.
Well, I don't think they want to deal with that on the field.
No.
But,
But they shouldn't.
He'll hear about it later.
Oh my golly. And it really came after Warkan set him up with some lovely bowling, keeping him quiet, then gave it a bit of air, a little bit wider, went for the drive, and it should have been poached comfortably at mid-off. Instead, he dropped it. I would have caught that. I'm sure.
The jury is still out on that one.
You reckon? Yeah. Yeah.
But not the not the sort of mistakes
Right.
that you want when a surface is as good as this. You want to take every possible chance, as well as those half chances as well.
So some luck for young Bowen Tuckett. As we said, watched by his mother, who would have flown in from Nevis, Barbadian, leaving Barbados for some time now, living in Nevis, the banking sector there. She loves her cricket, always keen to find out what's happening. She follows cricket even at the local level.
Good stop there by Boucher. Fairly quick delivery there from Eiffel, but ill-directed.
Can be sharpish sometimes. I mean, he's not express. He's not a Shoaib Akhtar or even a Shamar Joseph. He can get up to maybe 80, 85, maybe 85, maybe 84. Not quite. It's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. That is a shot of a batsman who is in form. Beautifully played to cover for four.
really a long half volley. And really all Bowen Tuckett had to do was to place it. And he played it late enough because it was quite full. And he played it quite well.
But he's gone to the 30s now. Wouldn't want to give it away. Player highly thought of. Little man.
Well, we speak about the wicket keepers in the region. I suppose the cricket these days, the wicket keepers are judged by their performances in front of the stumps as well as behind the stumps. And he obviously would see the news that Imlak has scored some runs.
Made 100 today as well. Good player, very good player, as we saw in Pakistan.
Bit of extra bounce there from Eiffel, but well negotiated by Bowen Tuckett. That's 48 overs completed, and West Indies Academy 159 for 5.
So Simmons 3 for 29, the top man work, and 2 for 48, the wicket takers. Frank Bathett looking for success, the Barbados and West Indies captain. Australia will be coming to the Caribbean, and with his 99th test, we would love to have had his 100th test at home. Tuckett decides, look, I don't need a helmet now. I just want to put my cap on. A busy player, generally. Little man. Walker looking for his 3rd wicket as we head into the final hour on day 3 of the contest under the lights at the Mecca. Is Jonathan Drake set at mid-off? Some captains would banish you.
Well, he's more alert now, so.
Let's hope. There's the tees. Well, we'll get runs. So get maybe 2 here. Lovely shot. Not the full-blooded drive. Back for the 2nd.
That one was slightly overpitched from Warwican. We're just trying to bowl that full length to bring the batter onto the front foot. No difficulty negotiating that one.
No, the 2nd slip has been pulled away to backward point. As Warwican will now go over the wicket. What do you think would he be the thinking there now? To change?
Unless he's trying to land the ball in the rough outside the leg stump.
Well,
But having no protection on the leg side, it's an invitation for Bowen Tuckett to take on that leg side boundary, and he's done it extremely well.
every time, well, I'd say every time a boundary is struck, as is the case here, playing across. It was on the leg stump, full. Just had to get some bat into that. Throw him with the wicket. Every time a run is scored, I wonder what Jonathan Drakes is thinking. It was a dolly. Unbelievable. He goes again. Well done. 4 more. Throw him with the wicket.
Well, the strange thing there is that with Warwican going over the wicket, he made the adjustment of taking the gully away and putting him at backward point. But if you're going to come left arm over the wicket to the right-handed batter, you normally would have a short fine leg and someone at deep forward square, because you are then saying to the batter, if you're going to attack, you'll have some protection on the leg
Well,
side.
he's aborted that plan quickly.
Yeah, well, common sense prevails.
I would imagine. Now he reaches for that, and that goes through cover. He's on fire here, the young man. Back for the second. I'm told he's a very busy player. Bowen Tuckett. Partnership of 50 now and just 56 balls. So this is good cricket from them. Frustrating the Barbados team.
For the sixth wicket, Bowen Tuckett 34.
Would love to make a statement, would love to get 100 here. In front of his mother who's watching. So, good over for the academy, an over in which 2 boundaries came. Overall, some 12 runs coming from the over, 171 for 5.
So West Indies Academy still trailing by some 171 runs. And it looks like it's going to be all spin with Shamar Holder. Sorry, Shem Holder. Got Shamar on my mind. Holder.
Shamar didn't make it.
He didn't make it, correct.
He wasn't dropped, he just didn't make it.
Shem Holder coming back into the attack. So all spin again.
Long off and long on as well. They know what Bishop can do, as we saw in the first inning. So hold us about around the wicket, as you said.
Notice there that he's looking to go deep in his crease. And Shem Holder probably looking to pitch the ball in line and spin it into the right-hander, with the variation of the ball going straight across him to bring the slip into play.
Pick your brain here. Why would the off spinner go around the wicket? I see Lyon, who is a champion at the test level for Australia. He does it quite a bit. I'll be keen to hear what you've got to say about that.
I would describe that shot,
No,
but
please,
no, but for the
please,
but
don't.
normally the off spinner will go around the wicket when the ball is spinning sharply. So what he does is he presents a different angle from around the pitch. He's trying to get the ball to pitch on and challenge the stumps.
Okay, interesting.
But what happens when he's over the wicket? To have the same effect, he'll have to bowl the ball a lot wider of off stump if it's spinning. But bowling around the wicket, he can pitch it on and challenge the stump. So it
Is
brings
this the kind of pitch to bowl around the wicket?
I'm surprised that he's gone for this
Okay,
option.
fair enough.
So I'm not sure what the plan is, if it was just for Bishop, because he's now going to come over the wicket. So I am not totally in
Could
tune.
it be a defensive ploy against Bishop bowling around the wicket? He's now gone over
Yes.
the wicket now.
Yes,
Could
it
be a
can
defensive
yeah.
ploy.
A
Yeah.
counter
Yeah,
for Bishop's counter attack.
As you were saying, Basin parlance, he's frightened. Yeah, I think you're right. Having assessed it, he's quite keen to bowl over the wicket, as he normally does. More runs. Poor delivery. Helped away. That's gone to the boundary. Bad ball and put away.
And this is a challenge that the bowlers can have sometimes with, batters of different stature. Bowen Tuckett being a lot shorter, so he'll turn a length ball into a short ball. And there he got down in his haunches, helped it around the corner, picked up 4 runs. So credit to the batter on that occasion. It was a quicker delivery, just short of a length, and Bowen Tuckett just getting into the wicket and helping it around the corner. So he really turned that into a short ball by just lowering his center of gravity.
Another question for you. Are you surprised that under the lights we haven't seen Matthew Ford? Are you surprised? Not really.
Well, no, when I look at how the work he's done for the day, I'm not totally surprised, but I would expect that he would have another spell before stumps. All things being equal, of course, because we don't know the condition of the individual out in the middle. He may just say to the captain, I just need a few more minutes to get myself together.
So Tuckett just 2 runs away from his half century. 2 overs ago. Was put down by Jonathan Drake, set mid off. It was a dolly. Generally he's played well. A positive batsman. So we've had a couple of deliveries, given some air, blocking the ball. Let's see if Warren would test his patience here. Some air. That's on the leg stump. Unlucky not to have maybe got that through mid wicket. Was stopped by Simmons at a short mid wicket. Final ball of the over. Lots of air. Pulled over the top. That's gone for 4 runs. And Bowen Tuckett gets to his 50. He's been aggressive. He's done a very good job indeed. 68 balls, 10 fours. Congratulations to him. He's got 52 and has batted very well under the lights here at the region's Mecca.
Well, certainly prepared to take on the spinners. 10 fours in that 52. So quite a high percentage of runs in boundaries. And there you can see the relief on his face. He knows he's had a bit of luck, but he intends to make it count.
You need that luck. One that was just on the leg stump, really, full. Got a lot of bat into that. Strong man, good shoulders. And that went through the wicket. But a lot of work to be done by the academy. So he continues to bowl around the wicket. Oh, by the way, Man United up against Leicester, they won 2-1. Harry Maguire scored with 15 seconds to go. And mind you, Maguire was bought by Man United about 5 years ago for about £80 million. Leicester man. Yeah, they won. Coming from behind.
So Amarin will be the toast of Manchester.
And
the red side of Manchester.
And he loves the media. I don't know of any other manager that talks as much as he does. He said he'd prefer to play a 63-year-old assistant goalkeeper coach rather than Marcus Rashford. What a statement to make, really. He also said that the Man United team is the worst ever. Big statements to make. Looking pretty easy here for the academy. No real challenges. Pitch is good. Barbados just playing the waiting game. So the partnership is now 62 from just 74 balls. So that means the rate is good. Good scoring rate between these two. More runs. They're scoring very quickly, Hendy.
Yes, it's certainly going at a fair clip. And like you, I'm not so sure about these tactics of Barbados. I don't see why the need to even go defensive.
Yeah. But then Brathwaite is instinctively defensive as a captain. So I'm not surprised by any stretch of the imagination. There he goes. They say that he captains the side the way he bats. Has served his country with great distinction. Craig Brathwaite, man from Wavell Avenue in Blackrock, which is about 5 minutes away from here. And has played a lot of cricket at the Kensington Oval. Made a double century in the first innings. Here's Warkan. Too short. The length is not right. Just get the feeling that the shoulders are dropping as far as the Barbados team is concerned here. Got to lift the spirits, as they say. And the silly point has been pulled away. Game being watched by the chairman of the selectors in the box. Henry Brooms, who actually is avoiding me. I tried to reach him for my show on Tuesday, and he never answered his phone. I suppose it's because that Barbados lost to the Harp Eagles. Come on, Mr. Brooms, you got to answer your phone.
He actually was on West Indies duty. He's a talent scout.
But I don't think he left Barbados actually. But of course, you can watch the stream. What's a talent scout?
Well, this is something that Cricket West Indies has implemented to assist the selection process of the players for men and women. So, of course, as a selector, you can't see everything. So it's good to have eyes in other places.
And you were the chairman of the selection for what 6 years or so? 7 years. In the air, but safe, yeah. Didn't quite get to the pitch. He tends to do that sometimes, Carolyn Tuckett, but gets away with it. Now the over comes to an end. We've had as many as 53 overs bowled. Bad in the second time, the West Indies Academy won 85 for 5.
West Indies Academy is still trailed by some 157 runs. You just get the feeling now at this stage, it's almost like if the Barbados Pride is just meandering along.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with that assessment. You're spot on. Just get a feeling just waiting for something to happen. There's not the buzz, there's not the aggression that we really should see from them, being very much in control. They should go on to win this. It's almost as if you're just waiting for a mistake from the batsman.
As opposed to forcing a mistake from the batsman.
Yeah, you're right. He goes over the top again. He's a big, strong man from Nevis. That's gone. 4 runs. Wide, long on.
He's surely oozing with confidence now. And full-length delivery. And the way he goes down on one knee to get very low and lift it deliberately. And the man's been brought in from long on and just picked his spot. What's particularly surprising for me is that we've seen the short leg in place all day long, but very rarely have we seen the forward short leg being called into action. So for me, not enough balls are spinning and bouncing to engage the forward short leg. In this particular spell, Shem holds a little bit flat, in my opinion. I think he's got that one through as well. So the boundary is really coming very easily at this stage. The two batters appear to be in total control.
Yeah, this is why I was a bit surprised that Ford didn't come back to just bring some control. I mean, look at that. Coming forward, getting to the pitch, and driving past mid-off. It was very well timed by Bowen. Tuckett has gone for 4. It's been a good knock. Very positive player he is. That's clearly going down the leg side. That was an appeal more in hope than expectation. So the over comes to an end. The Academy batting away, still trailed by 148, 194 for 5. Simmons 3 for 29 from 8. Warkan 2 for 66 from 21 overs, the wicket takers. And the rate is healthy, it's 3.59. I mean, Bowen has faced 82 balls for 61. Bishop, big strong man, 21 from 29. And they've really frustrated the Barbados team here. Looking as flat as a Bajan pancake. Let's see what that Warwick can do here. Can he pick a pepper, as they would say in local parlance? Not with that.
A healthy edge, and that's going to go very close to the boundary. Yeah, they're just going to settle for 2. But a bit of a fault shot there for Bishop. I thought he probably was trying to hit it through. Yeah, just rehearsing the shot there. I think he was trying to slam that one through cover. And may have bounced a tad on him.
Looks as if the Barbados team at the moment is the team that would like to maybe see play ended and come back tomorrow, when you would think that with this huge advantage you'd be chirping, looking to get wickets and put more pressure on your opponents.
Yes, probably a time for Craig Brathwaite to look at some changes. Maybe Kevin Wickham with his
medium pace
or his leg spin,
or off spin. So we will, I would think, definitely come back tomorrow, Saturday, Bridgetown, Market Day. Very good batted indeed. Gets a single.
Yes, good batting and good running. I think for a moment there, the non-striker wasn't sure, because Warwick Khan, in his follow-through, was then coming across to try and get at the ball. Bowen Tuckett was quite clear in his mind that it would have eluded Warwick Khan and given them enough time to get a single. So good running in the end.
Warwick just hoping now for something as he gets his cap and walks away. Barbados completely frustrated by the Academy. 198 for 5. When you talk about changes, it looks as if it's going to be Craig Brathwaite to come into the attack. Are you surprised by that?
Not at all. Not at all that there's a change. Maybe a little surprise of the personnel, but he will try his off spinners as well. He usually bowls around the wicket, so he probably will do that again. And he's been known to get a wicket or two to break a partnership. So not necessarily a bad ploy, but I would totally support some sort of change.
Well, he tends to bowl round the wicket. Craig Brathwaite considers himself to be one to break a partnership. But they've gone very flat, Barbados, here. It's almost as if you're expecting that, well, you're going to get some runs, but you get out. That's not how the way the game should be played. I thought that Ford might have come back in the attack. One or two deliveries came in a bit low. Just to keep things quiet. Because sometimes when you bring that medium pace like a Ford on, a couple of balls being delivered, batsmen don't get a run, then something just happens. He becomes a victim of his own indiscretion. Yeah, this cricket is looking very, very ordinary now. It's almost like if it's a Sunday afternoon in the Botanical Gardens in Barbados. And they're far and wide as well, long off, long on. Backward point, 10 meters inside the boundary. Brathwaite is just get the feelings, as if some lollipops, as if he would hope that the batsman would miss it and be caught in the boundary. But the 200 has come from the board for the Academy. This has been a good fight back for them. They still are behind by 142, but they're batting away on the lights at Kensington.
It just looks like Brathwaite is trying to buy a wicket.
Yeah.
But he hasn't got enough currency yet.
Yeah, and he's very slow, like Bishan Bedi.
Well, that might actually work in his favour, being a little bit slower.
Very slow. The batsman has so much time to go back and punch that through cover. Could have closed his eyes and played that ball on a Sunday.
Well, the thing is that to draw a comparison to Shem Holder in his previous over and really much part of that last spell, I thought he was born a little bit too quickly. It's always going to be difficult to get the LBW decision bowling around the wicket. You're really asking the ball to do quite a bit.
Yeah.
First of all, it has to pitch on, and then it has to straighten.
Yeah. This we've got to be careful because you could drown in the honey here, and you've got to be careful. Yeah, he knows that. Bright boy goes back, puts up to mid-on to end the over of uncomplicated off spin from Brathwaite. 200 for 5. Of course, Barbados, they've got the option of a Wickham to bowl his brisk medium pace, or they can go back to Ford, who's had a long rest. Go well, Ford, in the conditions. There's Kevin Wickham. Gotta get some runs, my brother. Hasn't started as well. This is a player that you feel that if he does well in this competition, could catch the eye of the selector Darren Sammy.
Bit of spin there for Warwick Hand. We haven't seen an awful lot of that where the ball is spinning past the forward defensive prod. How will Bishop respond to that? He's been more effective when he's been hitting the ball out of the ground.
That's a lovely shot. Good, authentic cricket shot. Firm drive down towards that long off area. But you really don't want to see this, though. I mean, Barbados are very much in control, but you just get the feeling that there's no plan, you know. I mean, it's just happening. Hoping that the batsman will make a mistake here. Jonathan Drakes up at mid-off, who floored one about 4 or 5 overs ago. Stopped it quite nicely. Now Walker in this over is teasing Bowen Tuckett. There he goes. Very well bowled. The edge was found there. That was a good delivery, Andy.
Yeah, as I said, we saw instances in this over already where the ball is actually spinning past the outside edge. Seems like if Warwick is trying to spin the ball some more.
Yeah, you're right. You can see the revs. And that's a good over. One of the best he's bowled for some time. The length was good, but still no success. 201 for 5. Two batsmen confirmed. Wonder what they're thinking about. Sure, they're saying, look, not much time left on day 3. We'll come back and fight, get a good night's rest, and come back and battle away for the West Indies Academy. Barbados is still very much in control, with the captain continuing to bowl from the southern end of the Malcolm Marshall end. That's so slow. No, I would have waited in that.
No, don't.
And play that on Tuesday. That was very slow. Look at that. Oh. I'd like to see the miles per hour that Brathwaite is bowling at. It seems if
No, it wouldn't register.
I don't think it would. Oh my God, he's so slow, Brathwaite.
That's what you call really teasing the batters.
Yeah, you're right, Andy. No, he's just hoping to buy a wicket now.
Well, this is what you call end of play stuff.
Yep.
Really wanted to see stumps to get the feet up. Probably some tired legs out there. They've been in the field all day, having dismissed the academy in the first innings and enforcing the follow on.
Well, it's so slow that Bishop played 2 days early. Had a big swipe at that. Lucky, that could have bowled him. Long off and long on waiting.
In the air, just wide of that fielder at the mid-wicket position, straightish mid-wicket. So, Andrew, it's fair to say that Brathwaite is getting things to happen.
Yeah, well, somebody's got to do something. Yeah.
Yeah, just looking to clip that one into the leg side. It was in the air for a long time, but just wide.
No, that's a very bad delivery. And that's been put away. Now, this really is not good at all. I mean, it was juicy like those Julie mangoes that you get in the market on a Saturday with the mighty Gabby singing, "Come for your guava, come for your corn." That was one of those Julie mangoes and spanked away down to backward square for 4. Lollipop from Brathwaite.
Yeah, that was a terrible delivery. the batter actually turned around to hit it, picked his spot. Played
No.
a pull shot down to fine leg.
Yeah, this is why I tend to criticize captains, because it's almost as if you run out of ideas. I mean, you're not getting wickets, but I mean, surely you can set a field coverage to cover, bring them maybe a medium pace, or just keep things quiet. That doesn't happen. It's almost as if Barbados are waiting for a mistake here. 208 for 5.
Well,
Very good partnership.
That was an idea for him to bring himself on, but
Yeah,
not
yeah.
a very good one.
Yeah. Well, finally, a wicket for Warkan. Bishop goes, and just before the close, Barbados getting wicket number 6.
Well, it was noticeable in the last over where Warwican was actually trying to spin the ball, and that was a delivery. Pitch and rung about middle and leg stump. There was Bishop playing the line, and the ball going past the outside edge and just enough to clip the off stump on the way through. Yeah, so very good bowling. Bishop didn't do much wrong because he's conscious of the fact that he doesn't want to get the pad in the way, so he's trying to play with bat, getting well forward, but the spin just beating the outside edge. And as I said, I said that an over ago. I was surprised I didn't see more attempts at to spin the ball away from and to challenge the outside edge. But last over we saw it on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, this is what he did in Pakistan. He slowed it down, got the ball to. He's not a big spinner. He's left arm orthodox spinner. But you're right. You can see the revs, and that was beautifully bowled. And Barbados getting the wicket. I'm sure they'll be quite happy about that. So Mataro will come to see what he can do. So the dangerous Joshua Bishop departs. Barbados will be looking for more success.
So really it should be about 6 men around the bat now with Matar coming to the crease.
No, I think 7. Yeah, as you would expect, 2 slips, silly point, forward short leg, Matara to bat. Here's Warkan looking for wicket number 7 for Barbados. Length was not good there at all. Spin it, Mr. Warkan, spin it. Coach born in St. Vincent, coming to Barbados when he was around 12, I'm told. Father, a professor at the University of Education. Had the choice, of course, to play for the Windwards, but chose Barbados, making Barbados his home place for the Empire Club in Barbados as well. Described as a home of champions, and well, some champion cricketers from the club. Late, great Frank Worrell, Sir Everton Weeks, who's gone to the great beyond. Charlie Griffith, who's got a statue named after him at the ground, very much a part of the Empire clan. Herman Griffith, in fact, there's a competition named after him. And interesting when you talk about Herman Griffith, because he tried to enter Spartan, which, of course, is the club of the Harrisonians in Barbados. He couldn't make it. And the history will show that he actually went across to Banghall and very much was part of that formation of the Empire Club, a club that has produced some fantastic cricketers in recent vintage, people like Roland Holder, Carlisle Best. Roston Chase is from that club as well. Patterson Thompson, who played for the West Indies back in 1985, bowling with some pace. Ryan Hines, who's played for several clubs. I'm not quite sure he's an Empire man, Ryan. He's nomadic. Have I missed out any great player from Empire?
Well, I wouldn't say great, but they've missed out some, one or two that have played international.
Fairly useful cricketers, yeah, you're right. Nice drive. Just a single down to cover. Well, if I've missed out anyone, please send me a note. 2534679. Of course, if you're overseas watching the stream. 1-246-253-4679. Any Empire player that I would have missed out? I've had several players that would have gone on to represented the West Indies. In Bank Hall, just in the outskirts of the nation's capital, they're called the Blues.
Shem Hole has been ushered back into the attack.
Yeah, but he's a Parkite.
Yeah, let's see if he comes with a different approach.
Talking about the Parkite, of course, the famous derby in Barbados between Empire and Spartan. That's too short. Matara missed out on that.
Hole has come back into the attack and just continuing to bowl at that same pace. And I'm surprised that, he hasn't remembered what worked for him in the first innings.
Yeah. Should give it a bit of a loop. There's no question about that. Give it some air. He got 6 for 70 in the first innings.
Unless there's an issue, because having bowled the over, sometimes the index finger gets a bit sore because he's spinning the ball off that top joint of the index finger. So unless it's a little bit sore and it's forcing him to push the ball through.
Yeah, that's short. That's almost like a medium pace delivery there. Give it some air, bring the batsman onto the front foot, have the forward short leg in play along with, of course, the silly point for the ball that goes through the arm. Very refreshing to see the short backward square in place. The modern day captain has it. The fielder done it backward square. The end of a over in which not a lot of action took place as we come down the home stretch on day 3 of the battle between the Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy. 209 for 6. So Warken with the men round the bat. Slip, short gully, city point, forward short leg. So he starts with a wide one outside the off stump. Sure, he's going to try to bring it a bit closer. And he's going to bowl a little bit slower. Let's have a look at this. There we go. The delivery. The important thing was that the batsman was brought onto the front foot. But he's playing well. Playing for the close now. Bowen Tuckett. He's batted well. Very positive in his approach. He's trying to survive now. Warwick, we want to keep the pressure on here and try to nip a wicket before the close. No, that's too short. That's too short. No, he played that well. Very well done indeed by Bowen Tuckett. Maiden over. 209 for 6. 61 overs gone. Just 3 minutes to go before the 8 o'clock hour. How do you rate Hold it? Is he the classical off spinner? What do you think? Is he a roller? How do you rate him as an off spinner? Take your time. The tapes are rolling. Sure, your comments may make primetime sports tomorrow. Hope we say good things about him.
What I will say that I think he lacks variation
Okay, he does.
and is somewhat predictable.
Interesting comment.
And what I will add is that he's very good to his own bowling.
Yeah.
But if he's going to lack variation, then he has to be very consistent and not consistently bad. He has to be consistently tight
Right.
to build the pressure.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a bit short. Of course, we've had some pretty good off spinners. Albert Padmore would have gone on to play for the West Indies. An Empire man as well. And from his club, Spartan, Henderson Springer. Tony Howard, who played only one test match but conceded close to 200 runs at border against New Zealand. Never forget that. What a place to start your test career at border. Never played since, Tony Howard. I think it was 1 for 184. I'll just double check that. But he got a cane in.
Yeah, but one of the best cricket managers for Barbados.
Yeah.
Really a man that ruled with an iron fist.
Only?
He didn't use it very often, but he ruled with it.
Yeah, he did. A tough man. He likes to go back to a ball that was full, trusted his judgment. Matari survives just before the close, 209 for 6.
Second, see if the umpire will get into position. I think he has.
Yep. Umpire Wright, umpire Jackie Williams from Jamaica. Have you ever met her?
I haven't.
She's got some shades. Is it shades on she's got there?
Yes.
Brand name, I'm sure.
Maybe light enhancers.
Might have brought them somewhere in Kingston. Hello to her. Lovely lady. So, Caroline Tuckett. Trying to just see this through now. Now, just trying to play with him a bit. Work and just brings the short, second, I can almost say 2 slips in. That's all part of the psychology. Tips it into the onside for 1. I'm sure he'll be happy to just allow Matara to face the last couple of deliveries. That was under the leg stump. Henderson Springer would have played for the Spartan side. How good was he as an off spinner?
Developed late, but turned out to be a very good off spinner for Barbados. Played in good company.
The Trinidadians liked him because when he played in Trinidad, at Queen's Park over, he got wickets. But then off spinners normally get wickets there. There's no question about that. Very good off spinner for Barbados. Georgie Linton from Spartan would have played as well, but he was a leg spinner. Good old Georgie Linton, gone to the great beyond. Matara, they tell me can bat a bit. Looking to survive. Now Brathwaite comes down to have a word with fellow Comber Marion. Warcan. What do you think you're talking about, didn't I?
Well, he probably came down and said, I have absolutely nothing to tell you, but we'll give the batsman the impression
Yeah. That's part of the psychology.
we're planning something.
What they've done is that the forward short leg has now gone to, what's that position? Two silly points?
Foolish point.
Foolish point. Here we go. Well, survives. Yeah. Would love to get a wicket before the close. Winston Reid, the head curator, is just about to come on with the covers. Well, beautifully bowled indeed. Lovely delivery. There we go. Ball that was outside the off stump and went through to be taken by the keeper. Umpire right is alongside the stumps. Jackie Williams from Jamaica. Very slow, but of course she comes from a country called the land of speed, but she's very, very slow indeed. She comes up and we've got just before 8 o'clock, so we should get another over in. Jackie Williams and Chris Wright, the two umpires from Jamaica. Hello to all of our friends in Jamaica. Jamaica with one first-class match. We'll be hosting a test match against Australia come June. A couple of T20s as well.
Well, this is probably the final over. Just one over remaining in the allotted overs for the day. So they're bringing in the fielders from the deep. And I would hope that Bowen Tuckett will not be tempted. He should just want to see out these final 6 deliveries and come back tomorrow with visions of going on to 3 figures.
Well, Pearson Bovell, listening to the commentaries, of course, watching the stream, says Sir Conrad Hunt, the late great Sir Conrad Hunt, and Roston Chase. Thank you, Pearson Bovell. Now that's an interesting shout. Umpire Williams says no.
Yeah, turning too much. Pitched on, struck in front, but the ball spinning would have possibly gone down the leg side.
Yeah. And I think that's as a result of the city point. Yeah, you got the fielder in there. I love that position. You know, I saw Winston Reid bowl with it a lot, and he was a champion at the local level. Possibly could have gone on to have represented Barbados. Winston Reid, a left-arm spinner. It can just get into your head. And I don't think that Barbados uses it enough. Now they've got, as we come to the end of the day's play, 4 men round the bat waiting. It can create problems for a batsman. Gets away with that on the leg stump. Goes out towards the boundary. Might have had a second, but I suppose Bowen Tuckett says, look, you're the night watchman, you've got to save me. So you will face the last couple of deliveries. Could have had 2 there, Hendy.
I think the quick release from Wickham as well probably deterred them from going for the second run.
Okay.
I mean, a run out would be an absolute disaster for the West Indies Academy.
Interesting. We got Captain Craig Brathwaite coming across to have a word with Shem Holder. Think they're talking about dinner?
No, not at all. How
Not
they're
at all.
going to get this last wicket.
Yeah, we shall see. Barbados in search of wicket number 7. Not with that delivery. Play with a bat as broad as Kensington Oval, Matara. Tell me he can bat a little bit. Only. He's faced 18 balls as well. Not bad. Comes back, plays the ball away into the onside, ripping the gloves off. So, we've come to the end of day 3 of the battle between the Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy. Good day for the Barbados side. Despite some resistance, they will feel that with the West Indies Academy 211 for 6, having made 239, Barbados 581 for 9 declared. that with 131 still to get to make Barbados bat again, Barbados will go in to the final day large and in charge.
So I think that the West Indies Academy will take some consolation in taking the day into day 4. But yes, it's been a good day for Barbados. Probably we expected a little bit more resistance from the West Indies Academy in the first innings, and they really capitulated quite easily in the first innings. But we saw some resolute batting led by, well, initially by the captain, Teddy Bishop, and now we're seeing Tuckett now really showing what he's capable of doing. So we give them some credit that they've taken it into day 4 and still 131 runs behind. So it's not unrealistic that they could think they could actually wipe out that deficit, but I think Barbados Pride would have other ideas.
Yeah, 131, still in deficit. Just 4 wickets to come. Good night's rest. And they should be looking to get the coup de grace, so to speak. Firm drive over the top, down to long off. A positive cricket. That's a lovely drive through cover. Simmons was not bad at all. Beautiful outswinger. Edge found, catch taken. And Simmons again. Good catch. Low down to the right. Bow to the man taking the catch. Oh, that's a lovely shot to the cover area. Carl Tuckett batting very well. Very positive cricket he is. Too short, pulled away through that square leg here. Too short. And that's gone up to the wicket. Oh, beautifully played. That's gone through square leg. Down to backward square. The line was not the best. Eiffel came into the attack, yet to get a wicket for Barbados, not with that delivery. Swept away, down towards the mid-wicket area for another boundary. Too full, dealt with in the appropriate manner. Down to backward square. Yeah, not good enough at all. The length was not good. High over the top of long on. And that's maybe the shot of the afternoon, beautifully timed. Well, captain came on, and finally, Bishop, just before the close, bowled by Warkan, and that was the man that really presented some problems to the Barbados team in the first innings with a robust 50 runs. He batted extremely well. Henry Wallace alongside me. Let's do an assessment. 211 for 6, 131 behind. Despite some resistance, as you said, a good day for the Barbados team.
Yes, good day for Barbados. The Pride still in control, but there were thoughts that Barbados, if they had wrapped up the Academy's first innings quite early, there was a fair chance that they might have finished the game today. That didn't happen. You give the Academy some credit for taking it into day 4, but still very much a good day for Barbados. I thought the spinners might have had more of an impact in the second innings than what actually happened. We saw Warwican at the end getting quite a bit of purchase on the ball. I just felt that he didn't try to spin it enough in those overs in the evening session. But coming on to the end, the delivery certainly that dismissed Joshua Bishop was one that really spun past the outside edge and onto the off stump. So I thought that, I personally was expecting a bit more from the spinners.
Now let's reflect quickly. The Academy started with Clark batting well. He was kept quiet, got out. And then we had some pretty good off spinning from Shamhold, who picked up 6 for 70. How did he go today?
I thought in the first innings, I thought he went really well. He bowled a lot slower. We saw a couple of dismissals that we categorized as the classic off-spinners dismissal, where we saw the batter being bowled through the gate. We saw a cotton bowl. And he actually was forcing the batters to play the ball either straight back down the wicket or just on in the extra cover area. So it meant that his line was good. He had good rhythm, he had good flight, and I think then he got the just reward for that.
Well, Barbados, quite predictably, Henry Wallace enforced the follow-on. And we saw from the Academy 2 half centuries. Let's first start with the captain, Teddy Bishop.
thought he played beautifully well. He really
Timed the ball
he timed
beautifully.
the ball really well, and he clearly has the reputation to be a good driver, and the Barbados Pride was very cognizant of that. But he played the spin bowlers very well, along with Auguste. He looked very comfortable at the crease, and you felt that was a partnership that was going to develop. So I thought he played well. He's been highly touted, and I can see why.
Well, player like Bowen Tuckett, watched by his mother, who's Barbadian. Of course, he lives in Nevis. His father would have played for the Leewards, Carly Tuckett, who's now first-class umpire. Ended the day and a half century. Your assessment of his performance?
It seemed like if his approach was to be as positive as possible, but minimizing risk. And he got some bad balls as well,
Yep,
which he put away. And as you expect with an attacking field, there would have been lots of open spaces in the outfield, and he capitalized on that. So quite a high percentage of his runs came in boundaries. I think he struck about 12 or 13 boundaries in his 70. So that would suggest that he was prepared to take the fight to the Barbados bowlers without being reckless. So I give him credit for that, for the positive nature in which he played, and he ran well between the wickets. So credit to him to be 70 not out with the realistic visions of going on to three figures
One
tomorrow.
would think so. And just before the close, the Barbados left arm spinner Walker and got the important wicket of Bishop.
That probably was very instrumental and motivational for the team. I think if Barbados Pride had come back tomorrow with just 5 wickets down, although it's half the team, I think that from what we saw from Bishop in the first innings, it might have been of some concern to them tomorrow morning. Getting Bishop just before stumps was just the injection the Barbados Pride needed for them to rest well tonight.
Yeah, I agree. So good night's rest.
Yeah.
Let's hope you go to bed early, gentlemen, because you've got a lot of work to do at the end of the third day. Barbados large and in charge in their own backyard. 581 for 9 declared. The Academy 239 batting a second time, 211 for 6. They're in deficit by 131 and with the mountain to climb. We'll come back here tomorrow with the action just before 1 o'clock. Please join us then.